喂喂，喂有啦有啦，喂喂喂喂喂，喂喂，hello。
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Hello, hello, 1, 2, 3, testing, testing.
Asia is home to some of the most diverse cultures and the fastest growing economies of the world. It offers an ever-growing number of untapped opportunities to positively impact underserved populations, early-stage innovations, and underfunded sectors. AVPN is the largest network of social investors in Asia, comprising over 600 funders and resource providers across 33 markets. We build ecosystems to increase the flow of capital and resources towards impact in the continent. For us, social investment is a continuum of capital-encompassing philanthropy, impact investing, blended finance, CSR, and sustainable investment. We started as a neutral platform built to foster meaningful relationships between organizations with a shared drive. Our mission is to catalyze a more strategic, outcomes-focused, and collaborative approach to social investing.
試咪 testing 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10
organizes over
19 8 7 6 5
global
4
events
3
annually
2
for members
1試
to
咪
meet,
1 2 3
engage,
4
and
5 6
act
7
on
8
topics
9
such as
10
gender
19 8 7 6
equality,
5 4
healthcare
3
and
2 1
well-being, climate
試
action,
咪
and
testing
youth.
1 2 3 4 5 6 7
Our
8 9
focus is to
10
unlock the potential for
19 8 7 6 5
collaborations
4
between
3 2 1
unlikely allies. Every year,
Testing,
AVPN
testing.
Global Conference hosts more than 1,500 participants from over 46 markets to immerse in an engaging program of enriching plenaries, dynamic live showcases, and interactive workshops. This annual event continues to grow more diverse each year. Multi-sector collaboration is at the heart of everything that we do. We break down silos and encourage collaboration across private, public, and people sectors to improve the effectiveness of our work in Asia. In 2021, we launched our first philanthropic pooled fund. Since then, we have gone on to mobilize millions through pooled and single donor funds to over 50 nonprofits across Asia Pacific, covering issues from mental health, sustainability, STEM education, women economic empowerment, and more. With AVPN Academy, we enable our members and the people in our network to accelerate their social investment learning journey by encouraging knowledge sharing and leveraging the wisdom of on-ground experts and practitioners. It is our belief that openness and learning from one another is vital for creating a larger impact. Be a part of the AVPN journey. Together, let's work on a more impactful and better tomorrow.
AVPN Global Conference will begin in 15 minutes. Please make your way to the main plenary auditorium. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the AVPN Global Conference will begin in 10 minutes. Please make your way to the main plenary auditorium. Thank you.
In the platforms that we organize as AVPN, we feel there's an important voice which is missing often. And that's the voice of those communities, of those more local impact leaders. And we want to improve a lot of sharing between impact leaders across the global south.
I think for many of us, somewhere along the way, we forget about our individual selves and the people that are creating that work. And I think it's really wonderful to have that opportunity to kind of figure out, okay, what part of me as an individual am I bringing into, when I go back to work?
When I came, I thought it is something of exchange sharing, talking, taking into the stage, narrating your issues. But after we came into the GLA, I realized that it is all about collective and sharing in a group rather than individual sharing.
I think the Global Leadership Academy is very timely. The time is right to think about how can you create and nurture a handful of these leaders who can perhaps come together, think about common issues which are important, not just to one country or the other, but the globe, and bring it all together to leave behind a better, inclusive world.
Such spaces are critical. They are bringing in a whole new dimension of leadership. To us as organization leaders, you don't just sit down in your boardroom and design programs or come up with solutions. You got to sit in with the people, empathize, get to the deepest of their feelings through those personal connection and conversations. And that will definitely give you a lot way more than just being in your comfortable space.
I was interested in GLA because one, they had a very novel idea of co-sharing between the South to South. And I wanted to know how this is going to feel, being in a context where people resonate with what I might have gone through or people in my community would have gone through.
Usually in conferences, we start by talking about what you do, and we build the relationship on the road by collaborating. But in this GLA, I think we focused to build a relationship first and see what happens.
It was a very inclusive space. It did not come across that I shouldn't say this or I shouldn't say that.
कम लोग जब रहते हैं तो डिस्कशन पूरा हो पाता है और रिजल्ट ओरिएंटेड भी होता है, क्योंकि ज़्यादा लोग होते हैं तो सबको बोलने का मौका नहीं मिल पाता है.
जो ऑरा हम पीछे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का लेके चलते हैं, that was missing here and that was the plus point. वो ऑरा होता है तो कई बार आप कनेक्ट नहीं हो पाते हैं और कनेक्टिविटी वहाँ पे आपको रोकती है आपस में बातचीत.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Global Conference 2025. What a powerful way to begin our morning together. Chinese drumming has always carried deep meaning. It is a rousing call to unity and to strength. This morning, it reminds us that we are all here together as one community, ready to make this conference a moment to remember. My name is Evelyn Wong, and I'm delighted to be your host this morning on the plenary stage.
各位嘉賓早晨，歡迎大家嚟到2025年 AVPN 全球大會。啱啱嘅開場表演真係非常之令人鼓舞人心。中國嘅傳統鼓樂一直承載住深厚嘅意義，歡騰有力嘅鼓聲象徵住團結同埋力量。喺呢一刻，佢提醒住大家，作為一個社群喺度相聚，我哋要一齊令今次嘅大會成為值得銘記嘅時刻。我係 AVPN 氣候行動團隊嘅楊仲永 Patrick， 好榮幸擔任今朝早主會場嘅中文主持。
各位來賓，早上好，歡迎來到2025年 AVPN 全球大會。這是一個多麼震撼的開場！傳統的中國鼓自古以來就傳承着深厚的意義，象徵着團結與力量。今天鼓聲再次響起，提醒着我們，此刻在這裡，我們作為一個共同體相聚，一起讓這場大會成為一個值得銘記的時刻。我是唐文君，來自 AVPN Impact Collab 團隊，非常榮幸能夠擔任今天上午的中文主持人。
With AI being a key track at this year's conference, for the first time with AVPN, AI translation is available for those who would like to follow in another language. All you have to do is to scan the QR code you see on the slides. This will take you to our fantastic translation app. Choose the language you wish to either listen in or to read, and enjoy. Have your headphones at the ready.
AI 係我哋今年大會嘅議題之一，亦都係 AVPN 第一次為其他語言嘅朋友提供 AI 傳譯。你只需要掃描屏幕上面嘅二維碼，進入翻譯應用程式，選擇所需嘅語言，就可以聽到或者睇到該語言嘅內容。請準備好你嘅耳機。
在今年的大會中 ，AI 成為了一個重要議題，也是 AVPN 首次使用 AI 為大會提供翻譯。如果你需要使用其他語言收聽會議內容，只需掃描屏幕上的二維碼，即可進入翻譯程序，選擇您希望收聽的語言。請大家準備好自己的耳機。
Our theme this year is Asian Leadership for an Inclusive World. It's more than a title, it's a commitment. And across these next 3 days, you'll see it come to life.
我哋今年大會嘅主題係亞洲領導力，共建包容世界。佢唔止係一個標題，更加係一個承諾。喺嚟緊呢嘅3日，我哋可以見證到佢嘅生動呈現。
今年大會的主題是亞洲領導力，共建包容世界。這不僅僅是一句口號，更是我們共同的承諾。在接下來的3天裡，您將看到它如何生動呈現。
But first, it's my honor to welcome someone whose vision has united us all here today. She has transformed AVPN into the largest network of social investors in Asia, connecting over 700 members in 43 markets and building bridges between capital, collaboration, and communities. She is a bold advocate for systemic change and a powerful champion for Asia's voice in global philanthropy.
喺我哋大會正式開始之前，好榮幸邀請到一位高瞻遠矚、吸引到我哋今日聚首一堂嘅代表上台。佢帶領住 AVPN 成長為亞洲最大嘅社會投資者網絡，連繫43個市場，超過700位會員，搭建起資本、協作同埋社區之間嘅重要橋梁。佢係系統性變革嘅堅定推動者，亦都係喺全球公益界為亞洲發聲嘅中堅力量。
在大會議程正式開始之前，我非常榮幸能夠邀請一位傑出的領導者登上舞台。在他的帶領下 ，AVPN 成長為亞洲最大的社會投資人網絡，連接了來自43個市場700多位會員，搭建起資本、協作與社區之間的重要橋梁。他是推動系統性變革的堅定倡導者，也是亞洲在全球公益舞台重要的聲音。
Please join me in welcoming to the stage this AVPN CEO, Nena Subrawal Batra.
Good morning and a very, very warm welcome to the AVPN Global Conference 2025. The Honorable Paul Chan Mo-po, Financial Secretary of the Government of Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, Daniel Fung, Vice Chairman of the Financial Services Development Council, Dr. Ma Jun, Chairman of the Hong Kong Green Finance Association, dignitaries, distinguished guests, esteemed delegates, and fellow changemakers. I am truly delighted to see all of you here, a lot of new faces and a lot of old friends. We are here for our 12th AVPN Global Conference and coming back to Hong Kong after 2016. So really delighted to be here in this vibrant city of Hong Kong. It's no secret that the past year has been very challenging, especially for us in the social impact sector. We have seen foreign aid decline to Asia for the first time in 5 years. Climate progress has regressed, and we have a projection that over 260 million people in our region could be pushed into poverty within the next decade. But I still think that this is a remarkable opportunity for us to really drive progress. Home to more than half of the world's population, Asia-Pacific is not just a key player. It is a critical driver of global impact. But in order to lead, we must stop leading from the sidelines. It is time that we need our Asian voices to shape the agenda. And we need to set the pace. We need to offer solutions that are rooted in the realities of our region, that are contextualized in our culture, and we need to take our seat at the global table. The theme for this year's conference, Asian Leadership for an Inclusive World, actually reflects our collective power and our drive to drive change, our capacity to really make the world a more inclusive place. Global progress depends on Asia's leadership, and that leadership has to come from demonstrating the clarity of our voices and the confidence that we must have to claim our seat at the table. We are not a monolith. We are home to thousands of languages, faiths, and cultures. We are a mosaic of large countries and small islands, developed economies and developing markets. This diversity, I believe, is our greatest strength, and we must ensure that every voice in our region is not just heard, but is actually leading the conversation. One of our strongest voices and a true example of Asian leadership is our host partner, the Hong Kong Jockey Club Charities Trust. As one of the largest philanthropic organizations in the world, they are a powerful example of the change that we can create together. Please join me in thanking them for generously hosting us here in Hong Kong. So what makes the AVPN Global Conference so special? What makes so many of you come back year on year to the conference, no matter where in the world we host it? I believe that we are special because we bring stakeholders from a diverse range, not just geographically, but also from the asset classes that they actually represent. Here at the AVPN Global Conference, you will meet foundations, family offices, governments, multilateral banks, corporates, social enterprises, and innovators and impact makers to create and drive meaningful collaborative action. Just in the past few days already, we have seen some incredible collaboration take place. Yesterday, we held the 4th convening of the Commission on Asian Philanthropy that actually brought together thought leaders and drivers of philanthropic action across Asia. And we also brought together our Asia Gender Network members who come together to advance gender equality in their own communities across Asia. These events were a powerful reminder of how collaboration across our region pushes boundaries and inspires bold action. Over the next few days, you're going to hear from trailblazers and leading voices from across our region. From China to Saudi Arabia, we will discuss how to strengthen impact diplomacy and drive real change on the ground. You're going to hear from the largest financial institutions and development banks about how we can redefine capital for good in Asia. And through our Inspirate series, you are going to meet some of the most amazing innovators who are creating groundbreaking solutions to the most wicked problems that we face here in Asia. My hope is that these sessions will inspire you to move from ideas to urgent action. Make no mistake, we are currently at a documentary moment in our lives. Future generations are going to look at us and ask, what did we do at this moment of crisis? Did we freeze as the challenges piled up? Did we pause, waiting to find the perfect solution? Or did we choose to act even when the path was not clear? AVPN is choosing to act. We are choosing to act with urgency, and we are here to build not just relief, but ensure that we have resilience and that the right resources reach the communities that need them the most. And we can only do this because of one reason. We can only do this because we have your trust. For the past 14 years, AVPN has worked alongside each and every one of you to build a trust infrastructure within the AVPN social investment ecosystem. Every partnership and every initiative that we have done has helped to reinforce and strengthen the testament of trust that we share with you. When trust is in place, capital providers like each of you can move boldly and with confidence. But there's one more thing that we need. We need urgency, we need trust, and we need ambition. It's been a decade since the adoption of the Sustainable Development Goals, and yet the financing gap stays stubbornly at $4 trillion. We cannot close this gap with business as usual, my friends. We need to make big bets. And Asia is making those big bets. For example, Philanthropy Asia Alliance's efforts to mobilize more than $100 million for projects aimed at improving regional health outcomes and building self-reliance. The Rockefeller Foundation's Big Bets Fellowship in Asia Pacific this year, which supports fellows across the region to scale their bold community-led solutions. And I'm really confident that over the next 3 days, you're going to hear many more examples through the region that talk about bold bets. But bold bets are not reckless gambles. They are well considered. They're well thought out, calculated investments in innovative solutions that are often overlooked. They are a vote of confidence in breakthroughs that actually have the potential to transform lives at scale. I want to thank all our partners who have supported us in making this much-needed conference a reality. I do believe that we have a rich agenda, and your contribution to that agenda is what has brought us all together in this room. The problems that we face in our region, whether it's the rising sea levels, unemployment, or looking at undernutrition, are our collective responsibility. If each one of us commits to doing just one thing, to unlocking one more source of capital, to making that one big bet, we can truly create the change that our world so desperately needs. This is our defining moment. Together, let's make this moment count and the ones that follow. Thank you again for joining us, and I wish you a very impactful week.
Thank you, Naina. Your insights remind us precisely why Asian leadership is so vital in shaping our global future. And may I also extend my appreciation to my distinguished colleagues who have now concluded their multilingual hosting duties. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to introduce our next distinguished speaker. The Honorable Paul Chan Mopo has served as Financial Secretary since 2017, a role in which he has demonstrated exceptional leadership during some of the most challenging periods in recent history. Please welcome the Honorable Paul Chan Mopo, Financial Secretary of the Government of Hong Kong Special Administrative Region.
Thank you. Thank you. Very kind. Thank you, Ms. Petra. Winfield, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to you all. The AVPN conference brings together some of the most influential minds in philanthropy, family offices, and impact investing. I would like to express my sincere thanks to AVPN and the Hong Kong Jockey Club Charitable Foundation for hosting this impactful event right here in Hong Kong. You are here because you all recognize a profound shift in the global investment narrative. You are here because you know the importance of forging partnerships and breaking silos. And you are here because Hong Kong stands as a global center and a strategic hub for philanthropy, sustainable finance, and impact investing. Today marks day 2 of the Hong Kong Green Week, and I'm delighted that impact investing is front and center. This is an area that Hong Kong has made significant strides in the recent years. As a global financial and business center, and the gateway connecting the Chinese mainland and the rest of the world, we have been doing well, particularly for the financial markets over the past year or so. But we know that doing well alone is no longer enough. The imperative of our time is clear. We must do good while doing well. Indeed, Asia presents both an enormous needs and a tremendous opportunity for impact investing. To put it in perspective, Asia is home to around 60% of the world's population and is undergoing unprecedented economic transformation. Yet the region is also highly vulnerable to natural disasters. In 2022, for example, 140 disasters struck this continent, resulting in economic damage equivalent to the GDP of Myanmar. The UN has estimated that Asia requires around $1.5 trillion in annual investments to meet the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Apparently, the gap between need and available private capital is vast. Globally, the impact investing market has been expanding rapidly, with AUM reaching about $1.6 trillion in 2024, more than double the total in 2020. The amount is projected to reach $6 trillion by 2031. Yet, capital allocation for impact investing remains uneven. Studies show that North America accounts for 47% of such investments, Europe 23%, while South Asia, Southeast Asia, and East Asia combined account for less than 15%. But within this gap lies hope and immense potential. Asia is home to a fast-growing generation of wealth holders. According to market analysis, the region counts over 850,000 high net worth individuals in 2024. Many are not just wealthy entrepreneurs or heirs to fortunes. They are impact-minded leaders who seek to define their legacy through positive social and environmental change. With these trends and challenges, the key question is, how can we better connect opportunities with capital where it is needed most? This is exactly where Hong Kong comes in. Hong Kong has always been a superconnector, a conduit for global capital and a value adder. We are built for this. Our world-class financial and legal systems, as well as top-notch professional services, are underpinned by the one country, two systems framework. We consistently rank among the world's top, from business competitiveness to economic freedom, from innovation powers to talent quality. This makes us uniquely positioned to serve as launchpad for purpose-driven investments. For philanthropists and social businesses, Hong Kong offers access to global networks and best practices, institutions and talent, and a diverse pool of impact-first capital. One example is the Impact Link, launched by the Hong Kong Academy for Wealth last year. This platform connects donors and family offices with high-impact charitable initiatives, matching capital with projects of wealthy causes. Our city is also home to a vibrant network of charitable organizations, NGOs, and international foundations. They, of course, include the Hong Kong Jockey Club Charitable Foundation, which may well be Hong Kong's largest charity donor. In fact, over the past 3 years, tax-deductible charitable donations made by individuals and businesses in Hong Kong stood at about $40 billion. We are magnifying this impact through proactive government policies, such as providing tax concessions and attracting more family offices, which are forces for good. And our policy statement for developing family offices offers a clear roadmap to support the growth of family offices. Our ESG and green finance ecosystem is one of the most vibrant in Asia. In 2024, Hong Kong issued over $80 billion in sustainable debts, with green bonds making up 45% of the region's total. Today, more than 200 ESG funds are authorized by the Securities and Futures Commission, with a combined AUM exceeding $140 billion. We are also innovating, from tokenized green bonds to more thematic ESG ETFs. We are expanding the suite of financial instruments and product offerings. Beyond finance, the Greater Bay Area, including Hong Kong, is fast rising as the world's leading innovation cluster. Startups here are developing transformative solutions ranging from AI-powered green tech to medtech to inclusive fintech, all designed to solve real-world problems and promote equitable development. Indeed, across the Chinese mainland and Asia, a new wave of innovation is emerging, brimming with tech startups and enterprises. They are offering scalable tech-enabled solutions to address our most pressing challenges, like climate change. With these advantages, Hong Kong is keen to create a seamless ecosystem where capital can be efficiently structured, deployed, and scaled for maximum sustainable impact, both within our region and across the group. At our core, Hong Kong believes in collaboration. We are committed to building strong cross-sector partnerships that create value for all. In this connection, understanding how to mobilize impact capital effectively is crucial. I'm pleased to note that tomorrow, our Financial Services Development Council will launch a special report right here at this conference. That report will highlight real-world case studies that showcase how Hong Kong is already serving as a powerful agent in mobilizing impact capital. I hope you will find inspiration and actionable insights in its pages. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in uncertain times, but gatherings like this give me tremendous hope. You are the change makers, the architects of a more inclusive and sustainable future, and Hong Kong is your committed partner. We are ready, willing, and uniquely positioned to help you channel capital for purpose, connect ambition with action, and turn the vision of doing good into a reality that changes lives. Enjoy the rich discussions over the next few days. Let us learn from one another, forge new partnerships, and live here ready to build a better world together. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Chan. Your perspective underscores Hong Kong's unique position at the intersection of East and West, tradition and innovation. Our next speaker represents an institution that has become synonymous with excellence and philanthropy. Mr. Winfried Engelbrecht Bresjes joined the Hong Kong Jockey Club in 1998, initially as Director of Racing. His trajectory within the organization speaks both to his capabilities and vision, promoted to Executive Director and Director of Racing in 2000 and serving as Chief Executive Officer since 2007. The Hong Kong Jockey Club's role as our host partner reflects their deep commitment to advancing the causes that we champion here today. Please welcome Mr. Winfried Engelbrecht Bresjes, Chief Executive Officer of the Hong Kong Jockey Club.
FS, Nena, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Hong Kong Jockey Club Trust, a very warm welcome to the AVPN Global Conference 2025. We are delighted to be the host partner for this gathering in this beautiful hotel. It comes as a very critical moment for philanthropy in Asia and beyond. If we are to build an inclusive world, we must also build an inclusive philanthropy that reflects this region as well. Asia's voice in philanthropy has not been heard, and that was the reason why we drove with IOP and with partnerships this view, which we think is important to be heard. And we look very much for exchanges, for collaboration in the region and globally, and especially with the West. So it's fitting that this conference is be held today in Hong Kong. For the first time, our city has very deep philanthropy roots and tradition and sits in the intersection of East and West. And we are really deeply involved as a city in philanthropy, and the tradition is really a long-standing tradition here in Hong Kong. It is, in my view, in our view, has a great potential to be one of the hubs for solutions that are designed in Asia, for Asia, and beyond. The Hong Kong Jockey Club has been committed to serving the community for more than a century. Exactly, we have celebrated our 140th birthday last year. We are a not-for-profit organization with a clear purpose: to act continuously for the betterment of the society. But put it simply, giving back to the community is part of our DNA. Over the years, the club has evolved from a funder of grantee-initiated projects to a proactive community partner, identifying and initiating programs and forming long-term partnerships designed to address root causes and bring about impactful and needle-moving change. In the past 3 years alone, the club's trust has donated a record of 26.5 billion Hong Kong dollars, or 3.4 billion US dollars, to support 622 projects benefiting 1.5 million people in Hong Kong. Today, we are Asia's largest philanthropic funder and one of the biggest worldwide. What enables such a significant contribution is an integrated business model, which we sometimes call IBN, that is unique globally. So this we provide racing and racecourse entertainment, and we have developed as one of the global leaders in the world when it comes to horse racing. And to give you a perspective, we host 0.8% of the world's horse population, but 8% of the best horses in the world are trained and raced in Hong Kong. In everything the club does, be it in our business side or on the philanthropy side, we strive for global excellence and permanent improvement. When it comes to our business side, in channeling gaming demand for community benefits, we have advanced, probably the most advanced technology solution to do so. But it is always what we have in mind is giving back to the community. And we are glad that we partner with the Hong Kong SAR government to channel this gaming demand for community benefits, and especially to combat illegal gambling, which is a significant challenge here in the region. We do this with responsible wagering and with being not-for-profit, channeling all our profits for community benefits. To give you a dimension, last year the club contributed 30.1 billion Hong Kong dollars in betting duty. We approved 9 billion in charity donations. So totally we contributed 39.1 billion Hong Kong dollars to the community. Plus we have an employment creation of 20,000 employees, which I think is an important part of our business model. So if one looks at it in US dollars, it's approximately 5 billion US dollars, which is created via this unique model. Moreover, thanks to the globalization of racing, where we have, with our world-class racing product, extended it globally, our income is now generating around 25–26% in racing revenues from overseas. And naturally, as a principle, being not-for-profit, giving back to the community. So therefore, we have decided that the revenue sources have become more global, and we wanted to make contributions globally as an institution. So 2 years ago, our club and its trust launched the Institute of Philanthropy, or in short, IOP, as an independent and Asia-based think, fund, do tank to promote philanthropy thought leadership and in Asia and globally. And one of our purposes is to strengthen the capabilities locally, regionally, and globally. Our motivation was and remains to integrate Asian insights into a global philanthropy ecosystem. This region offers unique perspectives, rooted in the community, family, faith, and collective responsibility that are essential to shaping the future where we are going. We must shape these platforms, partnerships, and narratives that reflect who we are, not just where we come from. As a platform, IOP connects thought leaders, philanthropic organizations, practitioners worldwide to exchange knowledge and to co-create solutions. Currently, its collaboration spans global institutions that as the Rockefeller Foundation and the Gates Foundation and the World Health Organization. It also has partners in Asia and around Asia, has launched multiple initiatives in the mainland. These includes collaborating with the National Health Commission to support healthcare education, opening channels for cultural exchange with the Palace Museum in Beijing and Hong Kong. We're nurturing young talent in innovation and technology in the mainland, especially with our partnership with the China Songqing Link Foundation. As Asia defines what its model of philanthropy looks like, inclusive, place-based, value-driven, sustainable, and scalable, we recognize that the ideas require platforms to grow. That's why our trust, together with the IOP, hosts the Philanthropy for Better Cities Forum here in Hong Kong, and we are really rooted in the city, which has a can-do spirit and brings together regional and global voices to broaden the scope of sustainable impact. Last year's edition, which was on our fourth month, welcomed more than 2,000 delegates and 100 speakers. The conferences, such as PPC, AVPN, demonstrates the power and the momentum that can be generated with collaborative engagement. We must use this momentum to drive the development forward. As a case in case, our 2024 BBC Forum gave rise to the Commission on Asian Philanthropy, which is a 3-year collaboration between 13 leading foundations from across the region, including AVPN as one of the co-secretariats, to define in Asia, for Asia, models how philanthropy can reach its potential. Early research from the Commission has identified the growth models driving domestic philanthropy in Asia. One of these models, on a corporate-led giving, stands out as a very powerful force. We are seeing business across the region redefine their roles, moving from CSR to become active participants in societal progress. This afternoon, breakout sessions on corporate giving explores that very theme. It's part of the new PBCX series, comprising satellite events hosted by the Trust to promote knowledge, exchange, and sustained action beside the PBC Forum. We would like to mark your diaries that next year we have the next PBC Forum. So we will ask you 7th and 9th of September, please mark the diaries, because we think this is a very important philanthropy forum, which needs early marking in your diary. We will, in a way, have later some further sessions, especially when it comes to diversity in Asian philanthropy, to unlock growth. The breakout session will explore philanthropic trends throughout China and strategies for addressing systematic inequality. Tomorrow's plenary will examine how financial hubs such as Hong Kong can channel greater capital flow into the inclusive development. These conversations are absolutely necessary and building blocks for a new philanthropy infrastructure, one that is collaborative and rooted in Asian leadership. Let's not forget that the theme of this year's AVPN Global Conference, Asian Leadership for an Inclusive World, is a call to action. It's incumbent on all of us to deepen regional collaboration, to develop local ecosystems, and invest in ideas that come from and stay with our communities. If Asian philanthropy is to reach its potential, we must move beyond admiration of success stories and focus on systems, tools, and trust that make impact possible. With that, I would like to thank again the SAR Hong Kong government for its tremendous support and the collaboration, and AVPN for its tireless work in moving capital forward and toward impact in Asia. I also thank each of you, speakers, delegates, foundation leaders, change makers, for your commitment for the cause of philanthropy and the betterment of the society. May this 3 days spark bold thinking and strengthen partnerships beyond which already have been achieved, and that we become a more inclusive philanthropy in the region and beyond. I would again like to mark your diaries for next year. So we always look forward, and we are keen to host you again in what is one of the most beautiful and exciting cities in the world. And last not least, and please don't see this as corporate advertising, we would like to welcome you on Wednesday night, after you have done all the hard work, to one of the most fun places in Hong Kong, Happy Valley. And we have Happy Wednesday, where we have live music in between races. And it is one of the tourist destinations in Hong Kong. Looking only last year, we had welcomed over 200,000 tourists who want to see the spectacle. And after hard work, one should live a little bit fun and celebrate. And by the way, whichever wager you do, it goes back to the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Engelbrecht-Regis. Your remarks illuminate the remarkable potential when institutional commitment meets strategic vision. Our keynote speaker today exemplifies the transformative power of dedicated leadership in social impact. Dr. Priti Adani has served as chairperson of the Adani Foundation, helming transformative social impact initiatives since 1996. The scale of impact under her stewardship is remarkable. The Adani Foundation now touches 9.6 million lives annually across 22 states in India. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in learning about the work of Adani Foundation through this video. Thereafter, we shall invite to the stage Dr. Priti Adani, chairperson of the Adani Foundation, to deliver her keynote.
India, a land of restless dreams, a billion colors, a billion desires, a billion beautiful dreams. And we are striving to give wings to these dreams so they can be fulfilled, and not even one is left behind. The Adani Foundation.
Behind every restless dream, we are a little light. We will make it shine. We will make it bright.
Committed to empowering and enriching communities in 5 thematic areas. When you enlighten the minds of children, you free their skies. And so, we are providing world-class education. The first wealth is always health. So we are building state-of-the-art medical infrastructure.
Chase every star. We'll take you far. We want to make you fly. Aim for the sky.
Empower someone, and there is no limit to what they can achieve. So we are helping communities lead lives of purpose and dignity. No one of us is bigger than all of us. So we are building community infrastructure and facilities.
Behind every restless dream, we are a little light. We will make it shine. We will make it bright.
Remember, only human change can shape our climate future. So we are promoting solar energy and engaging in water management and harvesting.
Behind every restless dream, we are a little light. We will make it shine. We will make it bright. Chase every star. We'll take you far. We wanna make you fly. Aim for the sky.
This is our foundation's endeavor. Let's keep giving wings, and let's not stop until the last one sings. The Adani Foundation. Towards fulfilling 1 billion restless dreams.
We will make it bright.
It was a day about 26 years ago in the deserts of Kutch in India. The sun was restless, and I saw her. A woman bent low to the ground, her hands frail with fatigue, but fierce with faith. She was gently watering and sowing tiny seeds in the barren ground. I asked, "Why? Why do you sow when the soil is so dry?" She looked up, her eyes full of hope, and she said, "Because one day the rains will come, and then if the seeds are not planted, what will the rains awaken? Because one day the rains will come, and if the seeds are not planted, what will the rains awaken?" Dear dignitaries and friends, Namaste and a very good morning. Thank you, AVPN and Naina, for inviting me here today. This spirit of awakening, of planting in faith, of believing in tomorrow is the spirit that I see here in this room today. And that is why, as I learn more about AVPN, I see more than a network. I see a movement. I see a belief. I see a powerful ocean fed by many rivers, philanthropists, businesses, change makers, all coming together for one common cause: to create impact. My dear friends, talking about impact, let me take you about almost 4 decades back. I had graduated as a dentist, and as a young doctor, my purpose was also to create impact by becoming the best dentist in the city of Ahmedabad. But God had different plans for me. I was in my early 20s when I married Gautam. He too was in his 20s, restless, ambitious, and dreaming what most thought would be impossible. Yes, the world would one day know him as one of the greatest contemporary builders of infrastructure. But long before that, I saw a different side of him. It was a conviction he would often talk to me about. Preeti, the worth of nation building is not what gets constructed, but in what gets sustained. The educational institutions that enlighten, the hospitals that nurture and heal, the livelihoods that uplift, if these sustain, our legacy sustains. I did not know then who Gautam would become, but what I did have was faith. Faith in his drive, faith in his stories, faith in his vision for India, and faith in his belief of nation building. It was this faith that made me give up the profession of dentistry, which I loved, and take up the walk along with Gautam to fulfill his dreams and journey. It is needless to say, I never imagined that the little lamp we lit in 1996 would grow into the Adani Foundation, and it will be supported by the Adani family's pledge of $7 billion towards philanthropy. What I did imagine and strongly believe is that if we nurtured with conviction, the rains will come someday. And they did. Today, our work spans across 5 interconnected pillars: education, community health and nutrition, community infrastructure, sustainable livelihoods, and climate action. And the seeds that we had planted has grown into a foundation which reaches more than 7,000 Indian villages and touches more than 9.6 million lives every year. My friends, but this is not about only numbers. It's about the stories behind these numbers. The stories of relief from drudgery, the stories of hope, stories of transformation, and stories of empowerment. So today, let me share a few of the several thousand stories that shape my belief every single day. We found Vansh in Umarpada, which is a tribal region of Gujarat. He was 3 years old and weighed only 8 kilograms. A child of this age should normally weigh 16 to 18 kilograms. His breath was shallow, his body wasting, and his eyes lifeless. His mother's gaze mirrored the same dismay. But then came to picture the Adani Suposhan Sangini. Adani Suposhan Sanginis are local women trained by the Adani Foundation to work in the villages and support the communities. Our Sangini carried Vansh to the local nutrition center. She sat every single day with his mother, educating her, encouraging her, and refusing to surrender. Months later, I returned, and I did not see the weakness. I saw wings. Vansh was racing across the dusty roads. He was dancing, singing, skipping, flying like a butterfly. He was alive. He was free. This idea of freedom takes me to my next story. Rekha Bisen. She was a widow from Berdipar, near our power plant in Tiroda in Maharashtra. When her husband passed away in a road accident, her whole world collapsed. 2 children to feed, no education, no work. She was totally trapped. It is then that yet another Adani Sangini heard her story and reached out to help. Rekha rose brilliantly to that occasion. She learned, she implemented, and she inspired. She chose not to remain just the recipient of help, but in fact, she grew to become a leader. She became the first woman in her village to run the village's milk chilling center. Not only that, her success motivated 130 other women to break the shackles of despair and lead a life of dignity. Thus, Rekha bought not just her own ticket to freedom, but she inspired many more others to take the ticket of freedom. Then there is Sonal Gadvi, who too was to buy her ticket to freedom, literally. Sonal was born in a very poor farming family in Mudra in Kutch, where girls were generally not educated beyond primary school. But Sonal's father and Sonal, they decided and they dared to dream differently. Sonal was enrolled in the Adani Public School. The school gave her beyond education, gave her beyond knowledge. It gave her a platform which led her to dream, a platform which allowed her to aspire, and a platform which gave her wings to fly. Fast forward, from her small village, Sonal flew to Ireland to pursue a master's degree in corporate finance. Today, she works at Apple, and earlier this year, she stunned us all by ranking 4th globally in a top strategic case study exam. My dear friends, I share these stories not just to impress, but to remind you that these are only tiny glimpses of the reality around us. The reality that calls for more than inspiration, the reality that calls for responsibility, and the reality that calls for action. And so, this is not a moment to clap. It's a moment to commit. The journeys of Vansh, Rekha, and Sonal, they are representations of what commitment looks like. A mother collaborating to plant seeds of hope in another mother's life. A widow multiplying her impact to cultivate opportunities for others. And a girl developing her skills and characters to inspire so many others to follow. This has been our model. And so today I want you all to go with 3 guiding principles that I hope we can all work together on. The first one, we must be co-builders and not just donors. Philanthropy is not just a one-way act of giving, but real change happens when we work as partners. Philanthropists, corporates, governments, and the communities. When we come together, pooling our resources, exchanging our ideas, and breaking down silos. So, when we co-build, every dollar stretches further, and every solution impacts faster. Secondly, we must transform our beneficiaries into multipliers. Beneficiaries must not just remain recipients of help, but they are best when they are trained to become the creators of hope. When one girl is educated, she lightens the path for several others. When one woman is empowered, She empowers or awakens the entire community. So true measure of impact is in not what we give, but in how we can extend our beneficiaries as multipliers of change. Third, we must unite skills with values. To give skills without values is like to build without a foundation. True transformation comes when we teach skills that create opportunities along with values that awakens a purpose. And this is what carries change from one generation to the next. No force is more powerful, and no multiplier has greater impact than the belief in a purpose. So these three principles, to co-build, to transform beneficiaries into multipliers, and to unite skills with values, are the foundations extending impact. So my dear friends, allow me to close by saying, we must stand together, not just as donors, but as co-builders, not just in sympathy, but in solidarity, not just in hope, but in the belief of a better tomorrow. We must be the generation that sowed in the drought, that believed before the rains came, that built a harvest of dignity and opportunity to all. Because, friends, the rains will come. And when they do, we must be able to say that it was us in this room of dreamers whose rivers flowed into the ocean of collaboration, whose currents merged to multiply hope, and whose tides rose to carry skills to every single shore. And my promise to you is that I stand here committed with AVPN and all of you for the years ahead. Namaste. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adani, for those profound insights from a lifetime spent on social impact. Our first panel this morning addresses one of the most pressing questions facing our sector. Will philanthropy drive inclusive, sustainable progress, or might it inadvertently exacerbate existing inequities? Moderating this distinguished panel is Brian Sun, Secretary General from the Institute of Philanthropy. Brian leads the Institute's commissioning, capacity building, and strategic development initiatives across Asia. Joining Brian are 5 exceptional leaders, each representing different facets of Asian philanthropy. Boon Hyung Ng, Chief Executive Officer of Temasek Foundation, leads one of Asia's most influential philanthropic institutions, bringing profound expertise in strategic giving and cross-sector partnerships that define effective regional impact. Masato Seko, Senior Director at the Nippon Foundation, is a driving force behind inclusive development and social innovation, representing one of Japan's most enduring and impactful philanthropic organizations. Xiao Li Ming, Vice President of Sustainable Social Value at Tencent, is at the forefront of technology-enabled philanthropy, bringing critical insights into how digital innovation is transforming community impact across China. Gopkan Watanavragul, Chairperson of the Board at Kasikorn Bank and former Minister of Tourism and Sports, is a champion of sustainable development who brings a unique blend of corporate leadership and civic vision from Thailand. And last but not least, Siti Kamaria Ahmad Subki, Managing Director of Yayasan Hassana, is a leading voice in mission-driven philanthropy, advancing systems change through inclusive, community-driven development in Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our panelists for PBCX Asian Philanthropy, Driving Growth Through Diversity.
good morning. Well, what a fantastic start to the morning. We are here to talk about Asian philanthropy. And as Winfred mentioned earlier this morning, if we are to build an inclusive world, we must also build an inclusive philanthropy that reflects the region that it serves. For Asia, this means that philanthropy must be rooted in Asian values, led by Asian actors, and accountable to our communities. Now, we all know that Asian wealth has grown rapidly, and thankfully, it continues to do so. However, philanthropic capital remains relatively limited, definitely relative to the size and scale of the social and environmental challenges that we face. No matter how big philanthropy is, philanthropy cannot, for example, solve the climate crisis on its own. This means that philanthropy must be catalytic. It must crowd in larger investments from both the public sector as well as the private sector. To help shape the future of what we think Asian philanthropy can be, last year we established the Commission on Asian Philanthropy, co-convened by the Asia Philanthropy Congress with Masato there, and the Institute of Philanthropy, which was established by the Hong Kong Jockey Club and its Charities Trust. We are a group of 13 philanthropic funders from all around Asia, from the Near East to the Far East, on a 3-year research to action initiative to examine first what defines Asian philanthropy. We know that Asian philanthropy is different to philanthropy elsewhere in the world. What defines Asian philanthropy? And critically, what are the institutions, infrastructure, and approaches that have worked, perhaps in some parts of Asia, and can be a source of inspiration and potential to grow philanthropic much more broadly all across Asia, far beyond what any single funder, what any single jurisdiction, what single area can do. Now, the first thing that any student of Asian philanthropy knows is that it is diverse, it is pluralistic. We have philanthropy conducted through faiths and communities, through families and ultra-high net worth and private wealth, through corporates and through state-led philanthropy also playing a major role. And the thing that each of these models brings to the table is far more than the money. Corporates bring corporate expertise. Faith-based philanthropy brings depth of purpose and consistency. Family offices bring different and innovative capital structures. Community funding brings social cohesion. And state-led funding brings scale and national credibility. And so we are absolutely delighted to have this wonderful panel here today to speak more about the different models of Asian philanthropy and its potential. We, and together with some other in the audience, we spent all day yesterday together. We're not sick of each other yet, I hope. So that is a good sign. And so today for this panel, the first thing I wanted to do was to start by understanding the various philanthropic models in Asia that we have. And maybe start with corporate giving. And we see, beyond individual companies, we see diverse policy approaches all across Asia towards corporate giving. So for example, some countries, such as India, they have mandated CSR obligations, whereas other countries rely more on voluntary giving and more bottom-up initiatives. So I'd like to ask, maybe starting with Poon Kopkarn, in Thailand, how has the policy and business environment more broadly supported the growth and professionalization of corporate giving as a model?
Thank you so much. This is an eye-opening for me, my first time here. It's going to be a Thailand story and a Thai story. In Thailand, we give a lot, but most of the time, the individual will give to the faith-led, the temples and whatnot. The young generation will go to the mass digitizations and whatnot. But sitting here representing corporate, a bank, and a bank foundation, I can tell you that we know that the government has been trying to help the people, but that is not enough. We have some special government agencies here, there, everywhere, coming from the syntax and whatnot, but still not enough. There is still a big gap between the super rich and the very poor, the forgotten area and the forgotten people. And so therefore, that is the duty of the corporate. We need to focus in which area that we believe, and we do it. No support in terms of money, but we have to do it anyway, because we know that if we don't do it, who will do it? But what we do, we collaborate with the government anyway, because especially when we go deep down into the area base, you cannot do it alone. You have to cooperate with the local people, and that is most important. I think what Adani Foundation has said that is right. We must understand those people and work together with them so that we know what they want. And the next step is the collaboration with the government. And I think later on, if there is time, I would like to give example of one of the province that we are focusing on now. And one place connected to maybe 4 ministries: Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Public Health, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Natural Resources and whatnot. So that is the role of the corporate. If we cannot get money from them, but we need to get support from them. And then we do in midterm and long term. And that is the way that the corporate is now doing. We hope that in the future, we would be able to convince Stock Exchange of Thailand, Board of Investment, so that we are going to have new government. Hopefully that they will understand us more. And so therefore, with incentive, I think we might be able to scale more. But without any incentive, we will do it anyway, because we are doing it for the children. We are doing it for the future. So that is the Thailand story and the Thai story.
Fantastic. No, thank you so much, Khun Khopkarn, for reminding us of the need of working so closely with the communities, but also more broadly with the government as well. If I can now turn to Boon Hong, if you could share your thoughts on the business and policy environment as well as shaping corporate giving.
Yeah, first of all, I just want to extend a huge congratulations to Naina and AVPN for bringing everybody together. It's such a wonderful and great conference. And second of all, our appreciation to Hong Kong Jockey Club Charity Trust and Nippon Foundation for the Commission on Asia Philanthropy. I think we had a good meeting yesterday, and thank you for leading us in the research. I think we all benefited so much from all the sharing. I will just keep my remarks to maybe 2 main segments. The first one is really about the Singapore landscape, how corporate works with government, and then the second part is really about corporate. Temasek Foundation is, after all, a corporate foundation. We are the foundation of Temasek, the investment company. Now, at the foundation layer of Singapore is always about good governance, right? Whether is it individual giving or corporate giving, good governance is extremely, extremely important, because you want to know that your money is properly accounted for and it goes to the beneficiary or the intended outcomes where you want. But I think besides good governance, the Singapore landscape is characterized, I would say, by 2 C's. 2C. The first one is consultative, and then the second one is having a conducive environment for both individual and corporate giving. Now, consultative, corporates actually play a complementary role to the Singapore government. So let me give you an example. In 2007, the Singapore government, in consultation with Temasek, set up an approved grant maker scheme. Now, what does it aim to achieve? I think 3 things. The first was that a recognition that even with philanthropic organization, fund management is very important, right? You need to know how to manage your funds well. And so in 2007, the Temasek Trust and Temasek Foundation was set up, because fund management is very important, not just with dispersing the fund. The second was that there were many donors that wanted to give money not in just to one beneficiary, to many different beneficiaries, some local, some overseas, some enjoy tax incentives, some don't enjoy tax incentives. And then, so the government, through the approved grant maker scheme, streamline tax and compliance regime so that it's easier for donors to enjoy tax benefits and for them to give donation. The third thing is that alongside the approved grant maker scheme, the Singapore government also revised its tax laws to encourage long-term thinking and long-term giving, so that if you give in endowment, you get upfront tax deductions ahead of time, at the point of time we give. And the endowments will then have to be expensed out, gifted out over a period of 25 years. So in doing so, you're actually encouraging corporates to actually think long-term, right? So that's consultative. The second C is conducive. In Singapore, funds deployed in Singapore enjoys 250% tax deductions. That's one. There's also differentiated regulatory and compliance regimes for public fundraising and private fundraising. So we differentiated it. So for example, for public fundraising, it's very strict. You need to go and apply for permit. But if it's private fundraising, then the regime is a bit more relaxed, right? Recently, also, with family offices moving to Singapore, the Singapore government also introduces a philanthropy tax incentives qualifying local intermediary scheme that actually allows for single family officers who wants to give outside of Singapore through designated agencies, to enjoy 100% tax incentives, right? And then AVPN, for example, is one of those. They also host donor advice funds in partnership with Citibank. There are 4 of such donor advice funds in Singapore now. Now, the second part of my remarks is that despite all these things, we are still short of money. Like what Khun Kop Khan mentioned and many mentioned. To date, there's still a huge funding gap to meet the SDG goals and to meet the needs of humanity. And so partnerships and blended finance is very important, and they are key to leveraging, multiplying the limited resource that we have. So at the Temasek Foundation, besides just giving outright grants, we have started doing loan guarantees. We have started doing recoverable grants. And today, I think Naina later we mentioned, we're going to launch AVPN pool fund, Harmony in Diversity pool fund, together with AVPN today. We find that pool funds are useful, important, especially to crowdsource resources, capabilities to, I may say, critical hot button issues. For example, social equity, or even the lesser spoken issues of race, language, and even gender, right? The strength of diversity is often understated. Diversity is often the reason behind many successful organizations, but diversity can also be the force that pulls humanity apart. It's like termites, the analogy of termite. You don't see it, you try everything you want to prevent it, and because you don't see it, not much resources, not much capability, not much money is there. But when it appears, it's already too late. So I think harmony in diversity is one such issue. And so the funds aims to pool capital, resources, expertise to support early warning and solutions, support communities affected by social injustice or oppression, thought leadership, and policy development. And so the Temasek Foundation, together with the Silent Foundation, philanthropist born in Terengganu, now living in Singapore, and with the Nagulandran Philanthropy Alliance, born in Singapore, now living in Switzerland, decided to seed some capital together into the Harmony in Diversity Fund. And we welcome partners to come and partner with AVPN. Patson is here. So thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Boon Hang, so much. What a wonderful reminder of diversity. I mean, in Chinese, we call it he er bu tong. We must maintain the diversity, but that cohesion and the harmony needs to happen as well. And I also loved how you pointed out that when we think about these different approaches to grow philanthropy, there is the policy approach and the different things that different jurisdictions have tried and worth learning from each other, as well as the funder level, as well as blended finance, working with the private sector, all these different approaches, policy to private, to be able to tackle that issue. I'd now love to turn to Seiko-san, Masato, to share about the experience of corporate in Japan.
Right, thank you, Brian. Well, allow me to first to thank the organizer, AVPN, and also the host, the Hong Kong Jockey Club Charity Trust, for inviting me to this conference. It's an honor and privilege to be here. Well, looking at the Asian philanthropy landscape, and pretty much the same in Japan's landscape, the corporate givings and also the government is playing a central role in progressing philanthropy in our region. And one of the most relevant examples that I want to share from Japan is a system called corporate hometown tax system. This is, I wouldn't say this is a government-led, but I would say a more like a government design scheme. Allows companies to support approved local projects anywhere in the country and receive substantial corporate tax deduction. So there's a tax incentives here, and it is up to about 90% of the donated amount be deducted if donated under the system of this hometown tax system. So this system began in 2016, so just around 10 years ago. At that time, the contribution from the corporates was around $5 million US. But in 2024, last year, it was grown now to 357 million US dollars. And it is, and actually it's from over 8,000 companies from Japan. So it is more than 70-fold, 70-fold increase in value, and in 12-fold increase in the number of donations. So, and this happened in just 8 or 9 years. So this is a great drive in Japan to see the corporates providing CSR funding to the municipal government, but with the government, under the government design system. So what makes this model powerful is not just money, but the government is also providing expertise or technology and networks, or sometimes they send staff members from the corporates to the municipalities to work side by side with the local government in communities, and sometimes to all the way down to the field. So this turns a one-time donation into a long-term partnership. So it's not like we provide money once, but it's more of a opportunity or entry point to create a partnership that strengthens communities and also enhancing company social footprint. The scheme may not be applicable in other countries because it requires tax reforms, it requires other political leadership to make this happen in other countries. But using the idea of using tax incentive to channel fund is something many countries could consider. So the reason why I'm sharing this idea and this scheme here is that this tax incentive system of providing or drawing funding from the corporates for the public goods is something that can be considered for others to look into, and maybe it will be a model to follow for other countries in Asia.
Thank you so much, Masato. And then, that really is the work of our commission, to try and find great examples of ideas that work at scale. And you can see the scale that Masato was talking about just now that could serve as inspiration for other areas as well. Now, we've spent so long on corporate giving because when you look across Asia, truly corporate giving is one of the largest drivers of philanthropic giving in terms of models. Community giving, however, is another one. And various innovative developments and such as micro-donation platforms, digital charitable activities, and community engagements have been a substantial driver. And although Tencent as a corporate comes with a corporate identity, but what they have done on the community giving platform has been truly, truly revolutionary. And if I could invite Mr. Xiao Liming to share a little bit more about how community-led philanthropic activities have been able to reach scale with digital innovation in recent years. 夏老师，请。
首先抱歉啊，我得用中文来完成我的演讲。我想跟大家分享一下中国在社区慈善的一些工作。这些年中国政府在法律制定和政策倡导都在大力推进社区慈善的工作。也有很多的中国的企业公益、社会组织和研究机构，也在中国不同的区域都在开展社区慈善的这些试点。腾讯资助了其中的一些项目，去资助其中的一些项目之外，腾讯自己也联合中国的企业公益和慈善会，在深圳开展了130个社区的慈善试点。在这些工作中，我特别想跟大家分享，在社区慈善我们有3个决定性的因素。第一个因素就是要推动社区慈善人才的培养。社区的可持续发展离不开人才的培养，在这个人才培养的过程中，我们给予了人才，除了政策，还有更多的是商业化和数字化的赋能。就在9月4号，我们跟中国5个最顶尖的研究机构和14家企业公益和社会组织开展了一个规模很大的人才培养计划，我们叫深耕者计划。第二点属数字化赋能，在社区慈善开展的过程中，我们腾讯开发了一个叫数字关爱平台的工具，帮助在对接社区慈善的资源，能够精准地找到真实的用户，并匹配他真实的需求。第3点就是生态的打造。我们认为，在社区慈善的过程中，是要构建一个完整的生态。这个生态除了外部的资源，更重要的要调动社区里面市场的，特别是小商户的资源，这个非常重要。在前面2点，在人才培养和数字化的赋能下，我们打造了一个很完整的一个生态。在这个生态中，我们最终看到，我们能激发社区内在的动力，才能推动社区慈善可持续的发展。谢谢。
谢谢夏老师。And I think what I really loved about that was it's not just the digital platform, but really the entire ecosystem around it. Lastly, faith-based giving is a major force in terms of Asian philanthropy as a model. For example, in the Islamic tradition, we have zakat and waqf giving. Increasingly, what we see, though, is that the more traditional religious giving, for example, giving to the mosque, giving to the temple, is experiencing a generational shift. Younger donors increasingly prioritize transparency, accountability, measurable outcomes over conventional donations. We'd love to invite Ponsidi to share what innovative approaches the organizations you see are adopting to bridge this gap with the next generation donors in the faith-giving tradition.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Naina and AVPN team and the Hong Kong Jockey Club for such an amazing convening, and congratulations to the entire team. So with regards to zakat and wakaf, imagine if these two instruments, pillars that have been defining Malaysian and also the Muslim world giving in terms of philanthropy for centuries really, were turbocharged with the efficiency of digital finance, something that Tansan shared a while ago, and the creativity of local entrepreneurs, and also the accountability systems of some of the world's best run companies. So imagine the opportunities, and really that is the opportunity at our fingertips today. And on top of that, AI is making such a big boom, and first time ever we have AI translation today. So I thought that imagine if that is also being applied to Islamic social finance, what kind of opportunities that can be derived from there. So digital transformation of zakat and wakaf, I believe, is the future towards making sure that some of the generational and accountability and governance matters can be addressed seamlessly. And so imagine like if we have an online platform, for example, that track this, where we have urban millennials to rural villages or kampung folks that can channel their zakat or their monthly giving instantly and track it on an app via a phone, and seeing how it impacts lives on the ground. For example, provision of water, food, livelihood, sending kids to school, helping women or widowers recover from setbacks of losing a key family member. So that is something to think about. And Indonesia, for example, saw a 60% jump in online zakat contributions during the pandemic. And it shows that if we make giving effortless and visible and accountable and transparent, actually everyone wants a piece of the action. So it is quite doable. My second point is on institutionalizing impact, and that is something that is the work of Yayasan Hasanah. Hasanah was founded a decade ago by Khazanah Nasional. We are the foundation of the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Malaysia. We were founded by an endowment, a 3 billion that was a windfall gain at that time that was made through the investments of the country, that was channeled into our foundation to provide returns on perpetual basis that has now been funding many of our projects. There are around more than 1,000 pilot projects in the last decade that have been sustaining, catalyzing and convening change throughout the country. So in that sense, I would take pride that progressive countries like Malaysia are moving beyond collection, moving beyond just charitable acts, but working with government and private sector entities, combining all the 4 Ps to creating change and convening something as such as what we have today is the magic ingredient to make that happen. There are already multiple projects globally that uses a combined blended finance such as Islamic social finance, zakat, wakaf, and also modern financing such as sukuk and bonds. And one project that I'm actually quite proud of, this is something that was spearheaded by INSEAF University, the Global University of Islamic Finance in Malaysia, in which I'm also a board member of. It's an entity under Central Bank of Malaysia, whereby a collaborative wakaf endowment initiative in one of the states in Malaysia, in Kedah, to uplift local paddy farmers, especially those classified as asnaf or eligible zakat recipients and lower income groups. With 10 million that was raised through wakaf or endowment, this enabled the smaller farmers to purchase and operate rice mills across the state, facilitating a kind of freedom. I'm not sure if you realize that rice, which is very staple in the ASEAN region, which is also on the logo of ASEAN, is also something that is highly contested in many countries, whereby many small farmers are actually not able to come out of their poverty because of the way capital is structured. Many actually do not own rice mills. Sometimes they don't even own the paddy fields that they work on. So in this case, zakat, wakaf, and a combination of loan financing and private financing has enabled them to purchase a lot of the land and the rice mills that they have been operating for many decades in the family. So imagine how freeing that be, and how the utilization of capital, traditional and modern, can create freedom for many smallholder farmers in the world. So that is just one example, and we're quite proud of that. And we're also seeing, for example, corporate giving in Malaysia and in the world that has also become hybrid. We've also got governance models that has become increasingly hybrid too, where there is a combination of Islamic giving, like corporate zakat. I know Maybank, CIMB, and many of the banks in Malaysia are already using their corporate zakat to mix with the traditional giving, and also combining with ESG standards, so that every dollar has both spiritual and social ROI. I'm also seeing that in many companies, employees are designing giving campaigns, bringing fresh energy and making philanthropy some sort of something that is they're proud about, an identity of a workplace or community. And there are many more of these examples,
absolutely.
but you can chat with me after the panel session.
And thank you so much, Didi. And the one thing I love about that is that when you talk about innovations, this is really taking something that has been there for centuries, this historic zakat and waqf, this tradition of faith-based giving, now combining that with blended finance, with all these new innovative models, that truly has that potential to scale. And in a way, you really anticipated our second question, which was now we've explained and given some light into what are the different models of philanthropy in Asia, what are the opportunities available to elevate that, to bring that forward, and we talked about the institutionalization of zakat and waqf. Maybe if I could go back to Kopkarn and speak about, in Thailand, what have you seen as the main opportunities in terms of improving the scale and the quality as well as quantity of philanthropy? And just a quick reminder, just a small reminder on time, because we are coming up, so if we could maybe compress some of the responses. Thank you.
Can I have just one slide that I have prepared? It's about Nan province, and I think it will explain more. I think what we are trying to do in Thailand is to create impact, because the purpose of our foundation and of the bank is to be a bank of sustainability. Why Nan? Nan is among the poorest province of Thailand in the north, at the border between Thai and Laos. So poor that the government budget is so small. But why Nan is so important? Because 85% of Nan area are watershed forests, which now 28% already destroyed, slashed and burned by the Hill tribes. Because of the poverty, they don't know how to make a living, so they cut down those valuable trees to grow corn, monoculture crop, with using pesticide. And the water coming from the watershed forest of Nan comprise of the 40% of raw water of Chao Phraya River, which is the bloodline of our Thailand. And so therefore, the flood, the drought, all this kind of natural crisis that happen is because we don't take care of the environment up there. And we learned that this gentleman, he is the owner and also the man behind everything, former CEO, former chairman of Kasikorn Bank. He's the one who initiated this. And he said that we need to understand. That's why he went to every district of Nan, talked to the villagers, and understand them why you cut down the tree, why can't you do something else and whatnot. And then we find out that in order to return the tree to the forest, we need to be able to fix that problem. Public health, the wellness of the people living there, education, meaning that we have to take care of the young generation there who had no hope and no dream. And so therefore, education meaning that they should learn the value of their province. They should learn the way how to make a living. They should be able to make sure that at the end of the day, we will not stay there forever. They will be there to grow up and take care of the project onward by their own hands. But last but not least, about the tree. What kind of tree should we replant? So we have decided that it should be valuable product, medical plants. And we are dreaming that the tree that we will return to Nan province will be the one that will serve the strategy of Thailand to become medical and wellness hub of the country. Why here? We hope to be able to connect the dots. If you have anything to do with medical wellness, education, and whatnot. In the past, we only connect in Thailand. We are now learning that we have friends who have the same mind. Anything that you think that you can help Nan, not the money, but the knowledge. We don't want to start from zero. Help Nan to be one of the global sustainability solution with us. Thank you.
Fantastic. No, thank you so much, Boon Popcorn, and really speaking to this power of this holistic approach, but also the power of partnerships and collaboration and being able to support each other. And that really brings us to the final point today as we think about what advances philanthropy that really is stronger collaboration. Wondering if I could invite the speakers now to speak about domestic coalitions, domestic collaborations that you are seeing with other funders on one hand, yes, but also with the private sector and with the public sector to really get the scale that you have seen and that you are building as well. If I could invite maybe Boon Hyung first.
Okay, I know the time is running out, so I'll keep my remarks short. So we are big believers of partnerships, impact investing, blended finance, risk-taking, all the above. So in 2018, we started what we call the Livability Challenge in Singapore. It is a global climate technology innovation crowdsourcing platform, I call it platform, to look for sustainability-related solutions and company to pilot the solutions in Singapore. So we offer them seed funding, and then also corporates come in and offer them investment price to move the solutions, the product, from lab to the market. So this year in 2025, the challenge attracted more than 1,000 submissions from more than 100 countries. We've run it for 8 years already with 8 winners, and the 8 winners collectively in the 8 years have gone on to attract follow-on investment funding about 600 million. So let me just give you a quick example. A company called Aquatic, you can go Google them. 2021, we gave them $1 million grant. 2023, they went to COP. 2024, they raised US $20 million to deploy an operational plant in Singapore. And then 2024, second half, they raised another US $100 million to deploy one more in Canada. Just recently, led by Temasek Trust, they raised also another about $12 million. What do? They extract carbon dioxide from seawater in partnership with a desalination plant. The desalination plant improved by 30%, cost savings dropped by 30%. Byproduct, green hydrogen, carbon credits. So they make money from there. Now, following Singapore's addition, we have gone on to do this challenge in Indonesia as part of Indonesian Sustainability Forum, in Vietnam, in Japan. Masa-san is also here. So beyond the grant, collectively, the participants has access to more than 200 partners and investors who offer funding, mentorship, business development, advice and support. Now, this year, we are doing the same thing in China. We just launched it in April in Shanghai. The finals, mark your calendar, 24th November in Shenzhen. 24th November in Shenzhen. Connect with us if you want to come, you want to partner with us. We want to be able to enjoy the innovation, the ecosystem, partner with people in the Greater Bay Area and in China as well. So it's called GFIC, Global Green Futures Innovation Challenge, 励志未来. So yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Boon Hyung, and really showing the power of innovation for driving us forward. If I could invite Mr. Xiao Liming to speak about the corporate ecosystem that they're really pioneering and building in mainland as well. 夏老师请。
首先说，在中国啊，70%的捐赠都来自企业，所以企业公益是推动中国公益时尚的主力军。所以基于此啊，在今年的5月20日，我们跟中国就是我们腾讯跟联想、伊利，中国的这个大型的企业，我们联合发起了以企业公益为主的可持续社会价值生态圈。经过2次的扩圈啊，现在我们在中国已经有46家中国最头部的企业、最头部的社会组织，也包括最头部的研究机构和影响力机构加入了我们。我们成立以来，我觉得推动了3件事吧。第一件事，我们是在理念上得到了高度的认同，我们都认可用核心能力去创造社会价值。 去实现社会价值和商业价值的融合发展，都认为能够把这个蛋糕做得越来越大，这是第一点。第二点的话，我们做到了很多业务的协同，我们这些生态圈的企业在国内的这些救灾，包括乡村发展，我们推动了很多的合作，比如腾讯跟茅台集团，我们在联合推动在中国乡村经营型人才的培养。我们跟伊利集团和中国的红十字基金会一基金在推动救灾的数字化的这种合作。第三点，也是目前我们正在做的，我们也想推动更多的国际合作。所以今天我们生态圈也有10多家的伙伴也来到了今天的会议现场。未来我们也期待跟在座更多的亚洲的公益伙伴，我们一起来建立联系，一起去来推动业务的合作，一起来共同推动更多影响力的投资。谢谢。
谢谢谢老师。And this really came together at, I would say, technology company speed. Less than, I think, 6 months, and it's already made the progress that Mr. Xiao has described. And to round us off, could I invite Masato speaking in Japan about the power of coalitions that you're seeing there and some examples that might be able to learn from.
Right, so for the ecosystem building, for the domestic alliance building, over the years, what we have learned is that the funding is not enough, not sufficient. Just funding will not build a sustainable ecosystem required for us to move forward. So, but what is needed, apart, of course, funding is necessary, but apart from funding, and also what is needed for the alliance or the ecosystem is that first is to have the system that are transparent. The second is more on the demand side, which is to strengthen the capacity of the organization that we support. So that will require through training, we need to do the governance support and other assistance so that we'll build capacity for the demand side. And third is ensuring sustainability by partnering closely with the communities. So communities' involvement be the key to have a strong and sustainable alliance or ecosystem. So to achieve all of this, you need to draw on resources from all stakeholders. And funding, again, the funding is only one type of resource needed to get things done. So if you, of course, if you have money to offer, funding is something that you can contribute. But even if you don't have money or funding, if you have time, then why don't you provide time? If you have knowledge, expertise, or experience, share those information. If you know somebody, that is a network resource. Put influence, physical space, or technology on the table too. So the role of a philanthropic organization should act as a catalyst, and not only providing funding, but also taking on a broader role of bringing these diverse resources together. So we're talking about Asian philanthropy today, and maybe for the following sessions. But this is not unique to Asia. It is a way of doing philanthropy that works anywhere in the world. So it's a universal. It can work globally, not just in Asia. But in Asia, we have to think of contextualizing it and localizing it from the perspective of respecting our own cultures, histories, and tradition.
Thank you, Masato, and what a thought to leave us with. I think if I can have one takeaway for the crowd, it would be exactly that. As you think about philanthropy, it is not just the funding alone. It is so much else that is brought to the table and so many other people and stakeholders that we bring to the table. With that, could I invite you all to give a hand to our panel for a wonderful sharing today? And thank you again to AVPN for bringing us together. Thank you.
Thank you to Brian and all our distinguished panelists for your insightful thoughts on Asian philanthropy. So, dear audience, we are running a little behind, but we still have one more fantastic discussion to go before we will take a break at 11:25. So, our next discussion addresses one of the most significant shifts reshaping global development, the evolving role of Asian nations and institutions in driving worldwide impact initiatives. Guiding our exploration of Asia's expanding role in development solutions, we welcome three distinguished voices. Siddharth Chatterjee, the United Nations Resident Coordinator to China, whose extensive career spans humanitarian affairs, diplomacy, and development initiatives across the globe. Her Highness Princess Noor Muhammad Al Saud, Chief Executive Officer and Board Member of the King Khalid Foundation, a leading advocate for social justice, philanthropy, and inclusive development in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Finally, moderating this essential dialogue is Dan Efron, Executive Editor from Foreign Policy magazine, who is bringing his sharp global perspective and journalistic insight to illuminate the geopolitical dimensions of our discussion. This is indeed a critical conversation as we witness the decline of traditional aid flows from the global north, while observing Asia's growing influence in international development. Please join me in welcoming our speakers for Asia Rising, Shaping the New Capital Compact for Impact.
Okay, welcome everyone. Welcome to this plenary session, Asia Rising, Shaping the New Capital Compact for Impact. I'm Dan Efron. I'm the executive editor of Foreign Policy. I'm going to set the stage here a bit and then begin our conversation with our two terrific panelists. We are living in interesting times. We are blessed to be living in interesting times. These are exciting times for Asia's rising role in the world, for Asian philanthropy as well. But we're also living in very uncertain times. Traditional development funding from the global north, and specifically from the United States, is declining, as you all know. That leaves critical gaps for vulnerable communities around the world. It poses particular challenges, but also opportunities, including the opportunity for what people here at the conference are calling New Asia Compact that goes beyond traditional aid. I want to talk about all that and specifically about the role our panelists play in social impact, both globally and locally. I'm going to start with you, Your Highness. I want to ask about the King Khalid Foundation. You're the CEO of the foundation. Broadly, what are the top priorities in terms of impact, in terms of funding, and where does the funding come from?
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'd like to thank the Hong Kong Charities Trust and AVPN for creating such a gathering. The King Khalid Foundation is an independent domestic foundation in Saudi Arabia set up by royal decree. What that means, and people make a mistake thinking that we are affiliated with the government, it just allows us to operate independently and with great autonomy, and of course, provided that the governance systems are all there. Our top priority has been from day one is to create an ecosystem of nonprofit foundations, because our vision is a thriving community in a sustainable environment. And so we mobilize all our stakeholders to do so through either capacity building or social investments and policy design and advocacy. And the reason we did that is we had this grand plan at the very beginning of our setup officially in creating a sustainable community. And we identified a community and worked with the UN at the time. And then when we started working, there was actually no one on the ground to work with. When we started, there was less than 300 nonprofit organizations registered, and now there's more than around 6,000 associations, which are NPOs, and a bigger number of people active in the nonprofit, either through foundations, awqaf, or social enterprises. There are over, 12,000 now, so it has been a huge shift. It's still small, we still need a lot more. And we realized that no, we cannot do this without developing the capacity of the nonprofit sector, professionalizing the nonprofit sector, and also shifting the work from being charity and aid work, which I always say, and everybody truly believes in the importance of charity when it is absolutely needed. However, what we do need to make the changes is work on systems change, and also ensure that all our work is sustainable and developmental. So we work with our partners in different regions of the country, in every province, in bigger cities and smaller cities, to develop the institutional capacities and the individual capacities of the nonprofits and the nonprofit sector. Within social investment, we started that, and we started talking about that many years ago, because we do believe in the power of people actually changing, and also the mentality of social entrepreneurs. We funded, we seed funded, we trained them, and again, we work through incubators. We do not work with the final beneficiary directly. Is again to create the ecosystem that supports development throughout the country. The other thing we did is also we understand the power of business and the corporate world. It is business and the corporate world that move economies, that shift people from one income level to another, and we also believe in their responsibility towards giving back. And you need that balance between reaping the benefits and giving back. So we created, at the beginning, it was the Responsible Competitiveness Award, and through that we moved to the Sustainability Award, along with other awards for the nonprofit sector and also for social entrepreneurs. And it is when really there wasn't a need, a legislative need to be talking about sustainability issues. And the positive thing is that they keep coming back for the awards, and the sustainability, people working in the sustainability department are really enthusiastic and come back again and really want to play the positive role they should. Through our social investments, it has also shifted in the last few years, because as we've worked, needs have changed in the country, in the world as a whole. Environment has been a bigger cause that we have to work on globally, and so we wanted to prepare the nonprofit sector to have them shift also their mentality and start thinking of, it's called the green sector for want of a better word, to start training their beneficiaries to work in that sector, either through upcycling, recycling programs, or through giving them the tools to work in the energy sector and in other sector that is environmentally friendly or aware or positive. Then we have our policy department and program, and this is where we can make big change and shifts, because we work on systems change. And because we are a nonprofit sector, we come with the neutrality, and we are local and Saudi, and we know our needs. So we see where the bottlenecks are, whether it is in social protection systems, financial inclusion, sustainability issues. We have our national dialogues, and our our developmental dialogues, where we bring different actors from private, from corporate, individual citizens and actors, and also government sectors, to discuss whether it be water issues, construction issues, design issues, towards all the sustainability, to bring in sustainability mentality, and also to bring these actors. And sometimes, we create change on the spot, because you've brought in the people that are the change makers. Our funding is from an endowment from the Board of Trustees. That is where we get our funding from.
Okay, and we talked about the decline of funding for development from the United States. I understand that doesn't impact Saudi Arabia directly. It does perhaps impact the region. Can you talk about that?
It impacts the region, and you know, especially recently, I've been saying that we are blessed that we have. First of all, there was a point in time where nobody talked about this, was interested in you know, in Saudi Arabia. You look at maps, sometimes there's just like a black hole. So the aid, nobody was interested in providing aid, and then by law we were not allowed to take to have aid come in or from far. So this required that we develop our own capacities, and it has put us in a very strong position now. We still need to, as with a lot of the development and the nonprofit sector, professionalize more, but it has put us in a very good place to be self-reliant, and it has also forced us to be more efficient. With this move towards sustainability, financial sustainability. Also, we have, you know, the government used to give us a lot more aid, but by design, it's reducing direct funding, but giving funding in a more sustainable way to the nonprofit sector through contracting, direct contracting from also, you know, each ministry, depending on the sector, is a supervisor of a segment, whether it be health or education, just to ensure that we're all working towards development in the right way, and also to ensure the quality of the work that nonprofit sector gives. So again, this has required, it has raised awareness from let's say the government sector on the challenges of being an NPO, which is great for us, because we can say, yes, you see, we told you so. And then also it brings in the responsibility of the private sector. So a lot of the private sector, big business founders, families, they create their own foundations, but we think also now is the time that their businesses really do more than just the CSR. It is needed, and thank God we are now donors. And also within the country, when they give donations or they give aid or concessional finances, impact is extremely important. Understanding the needs of the country, where the benefits or the funding is going, is also taken into account.
Okay, let me turn to you, Mr. Chatterjee. You're the UN resident coordinator in China. We spoke a few days ago about the crisis in development as a result of the US withdrawal from the world, and I think you called it the biggest crisis in development since World War II. Let me ask you, why is that the case?
Well, perhaps it's unfortunate that I would speak on a rather somber note to what we confront as the global community. For the first time post the Second World War, we are seeing an interlocking crisis which we've not ever even anticipated. Now, let's take a quick count of it. Number one, we saw a health pandemic, a health crisis with COVID, which exposed the fragility of human health and health systems, and it had an economic impact which rivals the Great Depression of the 1930s. Besides that, the pandemic hit us like a bolt of lightning, and in that flash of the lightning, we saw the contours of inequality emerge. Gender-based violence, intimate partner violence went up exponentially at the household level. It doesn't matter whether it was in the developed world or the least developed part of the world. We saw the entire ecosystem of women being laid off work as the front line of unemployment. So it was a crisis in many ways. After that, we have a climate crisis which looms like the sword of the Damocles over our heads. It's an existentialist crisis. We have a crisis of conflicts. We focus our attention on Gaza and Ukraine, but we have 80 ongoing conflicts in the world. So we are a world at war. Besides that, we have rising inequalities. We have food insecurity. Every night, about 890 million people go to bed hungry, and yet we have 1 billion meals wasted every day. So it is a polycrisis which is unfathomable in many ways. Besides that, we've reached a grim milestone of 120 million people displaced because of conflicts, because of poverty, because of despondency, because of environmental reasons. So it's a multitude of reasons, and therefore you're seeing a forced migration which has started to happen where people just don't have a choice but to get out. So we do have a crisis of a sort which we had never anticipated. So coming back to the discussion as to where Asia is, and I see that this shift of geopolitics which is happening and an emerging new Asia is really going to start generating a new momentum. We are seeing multipolarity really come into vogue. I've just come back from Tianjin and I saw the entire Shanghai Cooperation Organization meeting happening, and I saw the UN Secretary General was there, and we are seeing the level of engagement which is happening between leaders at this level. So perhaps what is going to happen now is, what does it mean for Asia? Because after all, we are seeing half of humanity living on this side of the planet. I mean, from the Middle East, if you take it back all the way to the Asia-Pacific region, 4 billion people reside in this part of the world. So there are incredible opportunities in the way, China, Japan, South Korea, India, if these countries can really come together in terms of emerging into this new network. But at the same time, I would say the role and responsibility of the United States, which remains a global leader on many counts, but the importance of a US-China relationship is going to be the most consequential relationship of the 21st century. I repeat this everywhere. I've been speaking at Yale, I've been speaking at my old alma mater at Princeton, where this relationship is crucial for the movement forward that we need. We are talking about the Sustainable Development Goals, which we call the blueprint of humanity, where 193 countries converge to agree to advance human development and take development forward. However, without these partnerships, without nation states coming together, without the revitalization of the multilateral system, the vision of a Truman or a Roosevelt that saw post-1945 what we needed to do, today multilateralism is under stress, it's under duress. Today the world is fragmenting, and we are going to see the emergence of a multipolar world, which may not necessarily be a bad thing, but in that multipolarity, we still need a platform where we could convene, connect, catalyze relationships for human development. The choice is stark. In fact, if I were to say that we are closest to a third world war, I'm not saying that lightly at all. I'm the head of the UN in China, and I can tell you all the indicators right now are that we are headed typically in a southerly way. The Secretary General constantly reminds the world that we know we needed, that's why we did the Summit of the Future. We come up with a pact for the future. This is really to preserve our humanity. It is really to preserve global governance. It is to look at a new iteration where the multilateral system can work together. I see Asia as really being a trailblazer in this region. I see Asia as providing the forward momentum towards how we can galvanize the world to come together in order not to fall off the cracks. Because after all, it is in this part of the world we've also seen the effects of nuclear bombs falling on Japan. We know exactly what the consequences. And maybe I would just leave the audience with one statistic. When the Big Bang Theory happened, they say it was the equivalent of 6,000 nuclear bombs hitting Earth. Today we have 30,000. So this reality should be taken into consideration when we look at how do we want to advance, how do we need to look at whether it's, however diametrically opposite our political systems may be, our humanity is absolutely the same. It doesn't matter what our religion is or what our faith is, what our ethnicity is. We just have to find that way forward. So hopefully Asia can become that trailblazer, and this is where I come with a sense of optimism, having just come back from the Shanghai Cooperation Organization meeting in Tianjin, that there is hope ahead. I think we will need the leadership of China. We will need the leadership of the US. We will need the leadership of the European Union coming together to say, listen, we have come out of 2 great wars, and that is why the UN came into existence post-1945. Today, this year is the 80th year of the United Nations. And we are in that moment where we can either be dynamic or dinosaurs.
Okay, very sobering remarks. I think you said we're closer to World War III than we've been at any point. And maybe I want to ask you to address specifically in that context the relationship, the evolving relationship between the United States and China. I think you and I have talked about the idea that even in the highest point during the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union, there was still cooperation, there were still relationships. What about the situation today between the US and China?
To me, definitely the US-China relationship remains the most consequential relationship. I mean, if you look at let's look at 5 critical areas: artificial intelligence, quantum computing, semiconductors, fintech, biotech. Now, these 5 areas have the ability to take humanity to another horizon. It can end poverty. It can end challenges of health. It can end challenges of, so many challenges can be overcome, but it needs collaboration. Today, the reality is that this is a country, China, 1979, with a per capita GDP of $180. In 4 decades, it's lifted 1/5 of the world's population out of abject poverty. That's close to 800 million people. It feeds 1/5 of the world's population with 9% of the world's arable land. And just to equate that statistic, 60% of the world's arable land is in Africa, and it imports $300 billion worth of food every year. So it's a fascinating country. I live and work there every day. I see the transformation. Beijing used to be, it used to be a gas chamber 15 years ago in terms of air pollution. Today, it's got one of the cleanest air qualities that you could ever conceive. What I see is these are the areas where we are looking at a climate crisis where the kind of innovation which is happening in China and the United States can be mind-blowing. I've just come back from Stanford, spending about 2 weeks at the Door School of Development, and it's just fascinating to see the ecosystem that is thriving in, whether it's in Shenzhen or it's in the Silicon Valley, so much of convergence that could potentially happen there. I think what we need to bring in is a reality check. I really believe that today there needs to be more accommodation, more understanding, rather than this fragmentation that we are witnessing over here. And if I were to look at what can happen over the next 5 years, we talked about $4 trillion. Naina spoke to that. $4 trillion is what we need for the Sustainable Development Goals. You know what? We live in a $110 trillion economy. $4 trillion is nothing. It is how do we mobilize the markets to come into that direction. Those markets are between the United States and China and everything in between that. That potential is massive. So again, when you see me with this sense of enthusiasm, I remain hopeful that good sense will prevail. And sometimes that can happen. From a crisis, let's not forget that even in the wake of a volcano, it leaves behind fertile soils.
Princess Nuf, let me bring this back to philanthropy and development, and let me ask you this. What are the needs that are not being met in your region? And what's a way to address those needs in the current climate?
I think in general, as foundations in this region, if we take West and Southeast and East Asia and the Pacifics, it's how we fund. I think there is, we can talk about environment is it's a major issue that is not being funded. Also, it's not only it's not just adaptation, it's mitigation. Mitigation is being worked on, but adaptation isn't being worked on enough in our regions. I think we can look towards Asia funding to solve some of the big issues. One thing that is on a lot of Western leaders' minds and that is creating a lot of this rift is migration. Migration happens mostly because of environmental issues. So this is an area, if we start resolving problems where they are and creating jobs where they're needed through funding as aid and funding from Western organizations Western governments has gone down again. I think we should really work together to improve the funding in this area. Again, we need to be more efficient. We need to be more resilient. We need to be autonomous. When we look at the Sustainable Development Goals, they're 17. And then there's 160 goals on that, over 200 indicators. It's very difficult for us in each country to be working on that alone. How are you going to fund that? What is the gap? 4 trillion? The gap is now 4 trillion. how am I going to do that? And as a foundation or any foundation, nonprofit, we're already earmarked. Our funds are already earmarked. So if I'm going to move them from one place to another, it better be giving the results. And then we need to understand that if I move from here, I'm not giving this cause to another cause. So with the funding coming from here for here, we can really work on issues that are local, that will help keep our communities in our countries where they can actually really thrive, where they can make a difference, they can make a proper living for themselves and their families.
Okay, by the way, let me ask you, Mr. Chatterjee, when the United States withdraws from the Sustainable Goals, what is the impact of that? How much does that matter?
It's massive, undoubtedly massive. And this is where I see the role of foundations as being critical. This becomes like the second track of diplomacy. I mean, take Rockefeller Foundation, which is, it works with my office in China to promote South-South cooperation. So regardless of the geopolitics, we actually have Rockefeller Foundation supporting my office to advance South-South cooperation. So I think foundations can actually play a critical bridging role to bringing private sector financing, to bringing a new horizon, a new ecosystem of financing, because today governments are out of money. That's a fact. I mean, you know, given the pandemic and the kind of stresses we are seeing on economies, plus the 5% of GDP that most European countries or NATO countries have to set aside in order to, you know, equip their militaries to be prepared for a new global conflagration. Where does that money come from? This is where I see the opportunity of a new ecosystem being created, where foundations can become the bridge between the private sector, between philanthropies, in order to advance that scale of things. So I see organizations like yours, Princess Now, or the Gates Foundation, or the Rockefeller Foundation, and many others coming together to say, listen, let's have a shared vision. So therefore, this is my first time at this AVPN meeting, and I can see the level of energy and enterprise, which I saw at the dinner yesterday and today when I see it across this room. I remain very hopeful. As a multilateralist for the last 29 years in the United Nations system, and trust me, I've been to all the conflict zones. Somalia, Iraq, South Sudan, name it. I've been in there, living in those conditions. So I've seen, you know, human misery firsthand. The potential of foundations as multipliers in this global economic or geopolitical shifts with the economic stresses is massive. So they can have a catalytic effect in overcoming some of the challenges we face.
Sure.
Can I add to, I think that is one thing. Financing is one thing. Although I have an issue with foundation money being de-riskers. But I think foundations have an even more important role. So even when aid is reduced, a lot of our problems now exist because of the international financial architecture. We've been talking about this for over 5 years and even more, and governments are talking about this. And because of the efforts of the President of Barbados, this is even a bigger issue. In France, there was a whole conference about this. And I think foundations should be more at the design phase and should be more, especially Asian foundations, they should be at the international forums. They should be designing the new international financial architecture that works for everybody. The existing one worked perfectly for its purposes. But the purposes when it was created was not Asia, was not the GCC, was not North Africa or Sub-Saharan Africa. So this is where we need to play a catalytic role, not in terms of money or inventing new ways of debt financing. No, we need to be at the design phase. We need to be thought of as the IOs. We need to be at the table when we are designing a financial system that benefits everybody.
Do you want to respond to that?
I would just, I completely agree. Completely agree with what Princess Now said. And what we do need to see, and I'm saying this as the United Nations staff member, is the international financial ecosystem is broken. The World Bank, IMF needs to be completely transformed and reformed because it's still kind of stuck in that 1945 era of its creation. And that is why the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, has been very forceful in coming forth that without the change of the international financial system, particularly the multilateral banks, we will not be able to change. And that is why you are seeing the emergence of, let's say, regional development banks like the Africa Development Banks, the Asia Development Bank, AIIB, which are becoming much more in the frontier. What is important in foundations is, again, back to that point that she said, is their ability to have that catalytic effect, but also be at the very much at the table, because the new version of multilateralism is no longer going to be governments alone. It will need an all-of-society approach where we will see the foundations and the private sector all coming together around the table, because this is for the global goods.
Okay, we're getting near the end of our time. Let me ask a last question. I'm going to ask you both, if we're talking about a new funding landscape, a new capital compact for Asia, how do we get there? And let's start with you, Princess Nuv.
I think it's for just as this, and also the Asia Commission. This is an incredible group of people. I'm honored to be part of it. And we are looking at how to develop the sector. Because I think philanthropy and development work is really changes. The meaning of it changes depending on your country, on your context. And we need more South-South collaboration. We need learnings. I mean, we've, in one of our studies, one of our papers that is going to come out soon, we've cited Tennyson Foundation in one of their programs. So there is a lot of learning, and we need to know more about each other to learn more from each other and have this knowledge transfer, not only financial transfer, but really knowledge transfer.
Mr. Chatterjee?
So the important thing, and I would just back that up by saying that today, the impact of foundations I've seen firsthand when I was in Kenya, for example. We were dealing with very, very high levels of maternal deaths. And we had 3 foundations, Rockefeller Foundation, Conrad Hilton Foundation, and Ford Foundation coming together, supporting my office in order to see how we could galvanize even the private sector to come into this. In a matter of 2.5 years, we were able to reduce maternal deaths by 1/3, and Kenya was considered amongst the 10 most dangerous countries for a woman to give birth. There are potential opportunities where big data, technology, and innovation can be really brought together. Therefore, the role of foundations, which are relatively untouched by the challenges of geopolitics, they can work across borders, becomes actually much more interesting as an enterprise in coming together. But for the UN system to also recognize the significance and the importance of foundations in becoming partners and trailblazers in the new development paradigm, given the challenges we face.
Okay, that's a good point to end on. I'm going to thank both our guests, Princess Nuv Mohammed Al Saud, CEO of the King Khalid Foundation, and Mr. Sid Chatterjee, the United Nations Resident Coordinator in China. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Dan, and our inspiring panelists for that bracing and thought-provoking discussion. And now, thank you also to the audience for your patience, your enthusiasm, and engagement. We'll pause briefly here for refreshments and networking. Please join us again at 11:50. You don't want to miss what's coming next. See you at 11:50.
Ladies and gentlemen, the AVPN Global Conference will begin in 10 minutes. Please make your way to the main plenary auditorium. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the AVPN Global Conference will begin in 10 minutes. Please make your way to the main plenary auditorium. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the AVPN Global Conference is about to begin. Please make your way to the main plenary auditorium. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the AVPN Global Conference is about to begin. Please make your way to the main plenary auditorium. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. I trust you found the networking as enriching as the formal sessions. So, what's coming up next is a milestone that has been years in the making, an exciting and truly groundbreaking innovation that demonstrates innovation in action. We warmly welcome back our CEO, Naina Subawal Batra, who will provide detailed insights into this exciting and much-needed innovation. Welcome Naina back to the stage.
All right, we can. We're all very excited. Thank you so much to my former chairperson, Veronica. No. Good morning, everyone, again, and welcome to what I think is one of the most pivotal sessions of our conference. And this session actually is about how we transform, how we fund. And it's really looking at the launch of one of the most important and I think path-breaking initiatives that AVPN has done, will ever do in our history, which is our Impact Collab. I want to say that we can't do anything, and we all know that alone. No organization, no government, no philanthropist, however rich you are, can solve problems. And at AVPN, we really pride ourselves on collaboration and partnership. And Impact Collab is no different. Without the support of the Monetary Authority of Singapore and the Gates Foundation, we could not have launched what I think is a path-breaking initiative. Our vision for Impact Collab is really simple: to make good philanthropy more accessible, more confident, and more effective. We provide the tools and the insights for capital to flow towards high-impact opportunities across Asia. So what could be better than that, right? Money goes, capital goes where it is needed the most, and to organizations that have been verified and due diligenced. To date, we are incredibly proud to share with you that we have almost 500 vetted impact organizations already on this platform, which makes giving easier, safer, and more reliable, so nobody has any excuses. There is no reason not to give. With the power of technology, combined with AVPN and our partner organizations' incredible networks and expertise, we believe that we have unlocked giving like never before. So what happens next? Our next feature, which is really important and exciting, is the Outcomes Marketplace. There have been numerous pilots, including by us, of outcomes-based funding models across Asia. And we believe that there is now an opportunity to build upon this initial traction to get to scale. And once again, we're not doing it alone. We are partnering with the Equitable Education Fund, or EEF in Thailand, and Tri-Sector Associates in Singapore to build this pioneering marketplace. So I'd like to start by inviting our partner, Dr. Krayos Petrawat, the Managing Director of the Equitable Education Fund, to first share more about the current landscape of youth unemployment in Thailand and the urgent need for action. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Krayos to the stage.
Thank you, Naina. Thank you, AVPN, for inviting us. The story of Asia is the same story. We all have an inspiration to become high-income society. Thailand is also trying to do that. In the past 30 years, there are 5 nations that have become high-income country. In Thailand, we want to become the 5th tiger of Asia for many years. However, currently we have about 1 million of children out of school. That is about 8 to 10% of our children. Think about it. If in your village, you have 10% of your children in the village still out of school, what would you do? You want to invest, how to invest in them, how to have a confidence to invest in these children to become to have equitable access to education. In Thailand, we have been trying to do that with government funding in the past 6 years through Thai government investment in equitable education. But we still have this 1 million children out of school. We think we can do better than that. We think that we share the same dreams with other Asian counterparts. We can invest together. That's why we work with Tri-Sector Associate, we work with AVPN to share the same journey, to reach the same story, the story of Asian dreams to become high-income society. We have found a number of change agents, a number of individuals who want to be part of this story. We find a number of society, the civil society, in tourism, in health, in education, that can be part of your story. This kind of investment platform will be your investment to the future of Asia, to the future of Thailand. We hope that we can unlock the potential from this story of the World Bank report. If we're not doing so, the parental education kind of predetermine the future of the next generation. If they only have primary school, most likely 50% of them will be ending up dropping out from school, from primary school or junior high school. But we can beat the odds. The investment of everyone through AVPN, Tri-Sector, and Equitable Education Fund can change the story, can change what happened in the past and become the new Asian pathway, that we can be able to unlock potential. This group of children can unlock at least 1.6% of Thai GDP alone. Imagine if this story extends from Thai example to other Asian counterparts. Let's do this together, because at the end of the day, we share the same goal. We want to see our children, we want to see our society, we want to see our region become a better place. And I would like to invite, if you come to Thailand and would like to see this kind of success story, please do contact us as Equitable Education Fund. We will be happy to join you in any journey that you come to see what happened through your investment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please. I don't need the mic. Thank you, Dr. Cryos, for that crucial context. I think the challenges that Dr. Cryos highlighted demands bold, innovative approaches to funding. And that's exactly what we are here to explore with you today. And to speak about how we will be transforming the way we fund impact and to dive deeper on the initiative that we are launching today, I am actually very delighted to introduce our next speaker, Kevin Tan, the founder and CEO of Tri-Sector Associates. Kevin and I have been trying to partner for many, many years, so I'm really delighted that we're finally getting to do this. Kevin, please.
You know, when we buy a cup of coffee, we seldom think about how much the cup costs or the barister's wages. And yet, when we fund impact organizations, we often fund them based on inputs or outputs. But very rarely do we think about how the coffee tastes, the value to us. What if there was a way for us to only fund based on outcomes and results? And in doing so, in this defining moment that Nena mentioned, we can make sure that every dollar goes towards results, that we unlock the potential of impact organizations to innovate, and we make sure that the million out-of-school youth get better results. There's been a global movement in the last decade to shift funding towards outcomes. And my colleagues and I, together with partners all around Asia, including the EEF, have brought some of these first pilots to Asia. But what we'd like to do now with the Outcomes Marketplace is to expand that and take that to scale and invite all of you to join the journey. So here's how it works. Funders can come to the Outcomes Marketplace and make a purchase order for social outcomes. In this case, it's going to be based on the value of the income uplift to the youth, adjusted also for the risk levels to make sure that we serve inclusively. Next, service providers of different types can try different methods to achieve these outcomes. And the unique thing is that only upon verified results by a third-party auditor appointed by the marketplace will your funding be released. Now, in doing so, every dollar will achieve outcomes. And we're starting very simply and deliberately focused. There's only going to be one set of outcomes, which is youth skilling and employment in Singapore and Thailand. And we hope to deliver the first batch of outcomes on the 1st of January 2026. But that's just the beginning. With your support and your feedback, we hope to iterate from there, expanding to more impact organizations, more outcomes, and more geographies. Our hope is that we can unlock the potential of the impact organizations throughout Asia so as to also unlock the potential of the people in need. And with that, we'd like to share how if we can succeed in delivering real results, we can transform real lives. We'd like to show you a short video about how that's going to happen. Thank you.
Is that your video?
I think that's a different video.
That's a different video. I was like, is that your video?
I think
That
there's
doesn't
another video.
show us anything.
Well, that was the intro video. So now for the real video.
That was the video that was supposed to come after the video.
Okay. Well, okay, wait. So shifting towards results rather than intentions, we'd like to show you the real video.
Takes time.
Yes, real impact takes time.
Real impact takes time. It's a journey, guys. We're
It's a
going on a journey. Okay. Looks like the same video. Guys, this is the same video. Well, all of you now know how to download this report.
Yes,
So
it's a very
we've shown
impactful
it to you
report.
twice. I expect to see many downloads.
Yes.
Absolutely. Okay.
Third time lucky?
Third time lucky, maybe.
Third time lucky.
I think. See, we couldn't have a full morning go without one technical glitch.
Indeed.
That's okay. Believe me, the video is worth waiting for. Award-winning video coming up. Okay, we don't have the video. So Kevin? Oh, we'll talk, and you're working on it right now. Okay, so you want to just describe what's in the video?
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
happy to talk.
Absolutely. Maybe
I
Dr.
can
Kress.
act.
Yeah, would you like to share, Dr. Kress?
In the video, we would like to, I'm on now. In the video, we would like to show you what's going to happen after your investment.
Ah, that's important.
Right? People need to have trust in their investment.
That's true.
The money will go through an individual who have a really critical moment in her life. And if she couldn't get this kind of opportunity,
right,
her life and her family and her future will completely go into the opposite direction.
Absolutely.
We can really make this kind of difference.
Right.
Nowadays, with this new ecosystem that you mentioned earlier, we can make it easier. We can make it really impactful, and everybody can scale it up to other agenda and in other context or country. So I think that's what we want you to see.
Wow, that's actually really powerful, because what you're really thinking about is that if this wasn't there, then what would happen? And I think we can only imagine that if you didn't provide funding to a particular outcome, what would be the result? And I think that's what the video is really talking about, is really the impact that you're seeing in an audiovisual format about your contribution. And therefore, why is your contribution so impactful? Wonderful. What does that mean? 3, 2, 1, video. Okay. The right video. A round of applause.
ตอนนั้นต้องเลือกแล้วว่าจะให้แม่ทำงานคนเดียว แล้วไปเรียนต่อหรือต้องไปทำงานจริงจังเราอยู่กัน2 คนแม่ลูกแม่เป็นเสาหลักของบ้านช่วงม.2 ถึงม.6 หนูก็ไปทำหางเครื่องอาทิตย์ละ 2-3 วันหนูเคยบอกครูว่าอยากเรียนพยาบาลครูก็แนะนำว่ามีทุนกสศมีค่าใช้จ่ายรายเดือนฟรีมีค่าเทอมให้ฟรี
ทุกปีมีเยาวชนจากครอบครัวยากจนที่สุดเพียง 8 ใน 100 คนเท่านั้นที่ได้เรียนต่อมหาวิทยาลัย
ขอบคุณกองทุนแล้วก็คณะพยาบาลศาสตร์นะคะรวมถึงขอบคุณแม่หนูที่คอยอยู่เบื้องหลังมาตลอดคอยผลักดันหนูมาตลอด
ร่วมมือกับเราสร้างการให้ที่ยั่งยืนด้วยการให้โอกาสทางการศึกษา
Oh, wow, that was definitely worth waiting for. I mean, it's amazingly transformational what we just witnessed. And I think it shows us that behind every statistic or every fact that we mentioned to you, there's actually a real life and a real person that's behind it, and to whom the funding actually transforms his or her life. So really, really amazing. And that is the ambition of the outcomes marketplace, I believe. And, you know, we really are looking at building Asia's leading infrastructure for simple, transparent, and impactful outcomes-based funding. So together with Dr. Krios and Kevin, it is my greatest honor, and actually, I'm going to take a second. I'm going to call the other Kevin in my life. Sorry, Carrie, can I borrow your Kevin? Come on up to the stage. So we have Kevin and Dr. Krios. The 3 Ks and me, which if anyone has watched any soaps in the Indian thing, K is very important. It is my greatest honor to officially launch the Impact Outcomes Marketplace. Woo! For funders who are eager to learn more about this marketplace, please scan that QR code to express your interest, and our team, led by Kevin, will actually reach out to you and share more details. We also have this QR code and dedicated colleagues at the AVPN hub outside, very conveniently located next to the charging station for your phone. And they are there, so please stop by if you have projects, opportunities you want to list on the marketplace, if you want to understand how the outcomes marketplace really works, if you want to see the video again, just because it wasn't...
We have a longer version.
We have a longer version. Nicer one. I also noticed that the name of the girl was Naina. So in a Thai way, which really, honestly, was very nice. Thank you. But please, do stop by. It's amazing. And really, we're very, very, very excited about this opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you to Naina, Kreya, Kevin, and Kevin for that comprehensive introduction to what promises to be a transformative tool for our sector. From driving inclusive development to exploring innovative approaches in capital deployment, our next panel examines how we can be both bold and purposeful in our investment strategies. This panel brings together extraordinary expertise and passion for conscious capitalism and innovative financing approaches. Please welcome our distinguished panelists, Xin Liu, founder and president of Enlight Foundation, a visionary in values-based education and next-generation philanthropy, dedicated to empowering youth to lead with both purpose and empathy. Chevalier Frederick Sao, chairman of Sao Pao Chi, a fourth-generation business leader and advocate of conscious capitalism, pioneering the integration of Eastern wisdom with modern leadership principles. Ichiro Kabasawa, executive director of the Nippon Foundation, who brings decades of experience in advancing social innovation and inclusive development across Japan and throughout our wider region. Moderating this important discussion is Po Man Lo, Vice Chairman of Regal Hotels, a trailblazer in sustainable finance and impact investment, renowned for a cross-sector leadership in environmental, social, and governance integration. Please join me in welcoming our panel for Conscious Capital, Innovative Approaches to Scale Wellbeing.
Good afternoon. Such a pleasure to be here. Welcome to Hong Kong. I want to start by asking why. Why are we here today? And I believe that's because we actually care to make a difference. We care beyond our own personal well-being, and that's the title of today's session, How to Scale Well-Being, because we believe that we can actually drive change in the world towards collective well-being. We are actually really at the beginning of an ecological crisis, and we are going through this very tough transition for the first time in the history of humankind. We are the first generation to witness the impact of climate change, and probably also the last generation to be able to make a difference. And the truth is, the world is now more polarized than ever. So we're really at this critical junction where we could continue to bicker, or we could actually awaken to the fact that we share one and only home, planet Earth. And no one in this room, in this city, in this whole world can do this alone. And that is why we are here together to join forces and co-create a better future. Time is running out. Out of the 9 planetary boundaries, we have already crossed 6 of them for a sustainable, resilient Earth. And to stay within the 2 degrees limit, we actually have to speed up. We have to decarbonize at twice the speed that we are doing now. And that is why we need innovative approaches to actually make up for the lost time, to actually drive decarbonization and reduce emissions at scale, at speed, across even the toughest sectors. And for that, we have to build a collaborative ecosystem where purpose-driven businesses can thrive, where impact investing can actually become mainstream, where technology innovations can drive profound breakthroughs and impact around the world. And what we need now is to initiate a mindset shift away from the Darwinian model of survival of the fittest. Perhaps it should be survival of the kindest. We have to redefine success. In the past, we only look at risk and return. Now is the time to actually consider impact as well as part of the formula. Just like years ago, if a firm doesn't embrace technology, it would go obsolete. Now, if we don't embrace impact, we should also go obsolete. So it's really time to turn the most pressing risks into opportunities for growth, to turn all this dialogue into real action, and to turn all these competitive forces, competition into collaboration, all duality into oneness. Businesses have to be purpose-driven. We have to, as business leaders, as philanthropists, need to make conscious choices and show the responsibility of driving change. And vice versa, philanthropy also needs to be sustainable. There needs to be a business case for philanthropy. Now, Fred, my very dear brother, my most respected mentor, friend, you have transformed TPC from a traditional multinational into a purpose-led, profitable family business. And you have always argued that, as family business owners, we need to be stewards of change to really promote a well-being economy. How do you measure success beyond financial returns, and how do you actually make everyone in your organization embrace this vision?
Joy. We can know joy. And if you think about well-being, obvious is not well because we are stressed out. The earth is stressed out, everything is stressed out. The thing is, we don't understand what is well-being. Well-being and happiness is all we want. All we want. That's our purpose. It's built in there. But obviously we don't know what well-being and happiness is, because United Nations Happiness Report, after 15 years now almost, still haven't figured it out. Did you read the happiness report? I was just with Jeffrey Sack and had a chat on it. We have a new collaboration on doing study. I said, this is not how you study the well-being economy. So we have a collaboration going on. Well-being to the scientists is coherency of the system. Which means that every religion is telling us oneness with God, oneness with life. And life is the whole universe. And 96% of the universe hasn't expressed it. It's called dark energy. The 4% is changing. So let's wake up to the reality of what life is. It's everything. It's the whole universe. And there's only one truth besides change. It's called no change. Now we see change all the time. There's only truth that we see. But this is only our physical eye. There's something that doesn't change. The scientists call it evolution. Evolution. The I Ching has 3 understandings of change. There's change as we observe it. The principles that regulate change, which a quantum scientist called energy, the law of energy. And that doesn't change. And what it doesn't change is the field, the consciousness field. We are evolving our consciousness. If we don't evolve our consciousness, we don't understand what the capitals are for. Capitals of all kinds are for purpose, goals. And there's only one goal, well-being and happiness. If we are well-being happy, there is no sustainability challenge. So we try to change the sustainability challenge. It's like mitigation strategy. It's from fear. Can we solve the problem of mitigation strategy? No. It has to be adaptive strategy. If you focus on mitigation, you'll never get there. But if you focus on creation, a new reality, and to the principle of what doesn't change, evolution, shifting our consciousness is the only way of solving our challenge and becoming one inside us and outside us, above us and below us, is the journey. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Fred. So change in itself is neither good or bad. Ultimately, it boils down to the motivation. And if it's not fear-based, but driven by love, this change can be for better return and better reform of the world. Now, let me go to Ichiro. So, as a philanthropic foundation, how do you think capital can be creatively deployed through blended finance, through catalytic capital, to actually drive positive change and to address all these systemic challenges that our world is facing?
Thank you. Basically, the Nippon Foundation can only give our money to nonprofit organization. So we have possibility, but at the same time, I understand we have a limitation. We cannot support our recipients for forever. Usually, our grants last for a few years. And I can give you one example. This year, we started online university in Japan. This is, in a sense, blended finance. We collaborate with a startup company in Japan. And as you may know, in Japan, we have less children now, and we have too many universities. And most of the universities are private universities. So sooner or later, they cannot run those universities. But there are politicians there depending on those business sectors, university business sectors. So this particular startup, they wanted to start online university, but they cannot do it because of a political power. And the Nippon Foundation is the largest foundation, and we have, in a sense, very political influence within Japan. So together with this particular startup, we decided to negotiate with the Ministry of Education to install this totally new system. This is the first online university in Japan. And Ministry of Education, and they understood sooner or later, we have to change the educational system. Then, together with startups and Ministry of Education and the Nippon Foundation philanthropic organization, we actually started this online university. And we received more than 4,000 students for the first year. And probably for another 5 years, we will support this university. But after that, the startup business company will take care of the financial part. So this is blended finance from our perspective. Although we spent more money than this particular startups within the first 5 years, but after that, we will not spend any money, or the Ministry of Education will spend any money, but this business sector will run the university. I think this is very important because for systemic change, to drive a systematic change, you have to have new system that can be sustainably working. So although philanthropic organization has so much potential, but we need blended finance at the end of the day.
Seems like the key is to really take a very systemic, high-level approach to collectively identify those critical points, leverage points that we want to collectively solve. So in this case, it's education, and it's been a brilliant example of how, catalytic capital can be put to actually kickstart these very impactful and also sustainable projects. Now, let me ask Xin, you have made some really bold moves in philanthropy, especially with your foundation's commitment to iconic youth mental health and well-being collab. So can you take us to your own journey? What exactly catalyzed your decision to focus on youth and systems level change? Was there a particular moment that actually kind of crystallize your purpose on how you approach investment and philanthropy?
Thank you. I've always been a possibilist. As a first-generation college graduate from a working family in China, and having full scholarship support from private family foundation when I was in the US, I'm a product of my parents' belief in the possibility in me and a stranger's generosity. So when I was in a position to give back, started with my family foundation in 2004, and we focus on empowering youth because that's where we see they can build a better future. And really, when it comes to our support, COVID was the inflection point for me as a social investor, because when the world was brought down to the knees by a single virus, lots of people and philanthropists just run to put on their firefighter's hat and rescue in a rescue mode. But what I saw are the two looming and hidden epidemic for our young people, and that is mental health and climate change. And I knew how easily that could be ignored when the COVID passed. So I decided my foundation was going to spend down, and we want to double and triple our investment in these two spaces. Really, it is one space, because the well-being of human and nature are interrelated. we can't just take care of one without taking care of the other. And in the process of sunsetting our foundation, we also want to only do it by leveraging and collaborate with other funders. Collaboration is a big word here. You almost hear from everybody so far, the previous speakers. But quite often, we stay and talk the talk, and it's very hard to walk the walk. So you have to work with curators. In this case, I call partners who really can bridge last mile. And for the youth mental well-being, we were very lucky to find Iconic Impact Team and Prospera Consulting Firm who are focused and specialized in youth mental well-being around the globe. So we started this $200 million youth mental well-being collab, selected 25 organizations around the world, 60% of them were focused on Global South. And we want to change the trajectory of anxiety and depression among this generation and beyond. I know we're short of time, but I'd love to have a few of the room. So raise your hand if you have someone in your close circle a young person who has struggled with mental health or is struggling with mental health. Yes. Thank you. And it's common like that. Here in Hong Kong, 19.4% of young people have had ideation of suicide. And in Singapore, 1 in 3 students have struggled with mental health. So there are 52% of young people in this globe are under 30, and that's more than $4 billion people. But they're struggling, and we need help. So, but funding is very scarce in this space. With Iconic Impact collaboration, and we brought in funders, we co-learned together and brought in specialists and experts, and the solutions come in all sizes and shapes. And we think this is where we're going, bring more funders to target severely under-invested spaces. In climate change space, we just announced Emerging Climate Champion Award Global Call. Our partner is Patchwork Collectives and Lever for Change. You won't believe, in just 2 months since we announced it, there are almost 1,700 youth-driven organizations from 122 countries applied. So that just tells you how much is needed and how thirsty the young people are looking for our support. So invest in young people and be bold and work with other collaborators and co-founders is the way to go.
Thank you so much, Sin. I cannot agree more. Really, we do have to take a more holistic, interdisciplinary approach to collective well-being, which encompasses obviously personal, societal, and planetary well-being, simply because they are so interconnected. And we simply cannot afford to work in silos anymore, because if we look at all the pollution outside of us, it's simply a magnified version, a reflection of all the pollution inside our own minds. And for our young people, they're really struggling because it's hard for them to understand why we as the older generation aren't even passing a viable planet to them. And there's just so much intergenerational conflict because of this lack of understanding amongst parties. So I think, cannot agree more. It's an underinvested space, and mental health, perhaps in this age of AI, is going to be more and more important as we, for example, approach every problem. It's the why that we have to figure out, the why of existence, the meaning of our lives. So now let us talk more about collaboration. Just now, I think it's a word that was mentioned by all three panelists. And this session emphasizes collaboration between family offices, business owners, corporates, foundations to deploy capital with purpose to scale systems change and inspire a more compassionate future. So perhaps if all three of you could share some concrete examples of effective cross-sector partnerships that you have engaged in that are particularly helpful in scaling impact in Asia. Starting with Fred.
Okay. Well, we have a foundation called Number 17 Foundation. It's a corporate foundation. We have 3 corporate foundations that dance into a system. And then we have Family Foundation, which is a lot more emotional and personal. And so number 1 is different context. And number 17, of course, about partnership and collaboration. Next week, we're having a Impact Week, and it's 5 days. It'll be in Singapore. Everything's free. We invited 5,000 people. Now, more than 4,000 has registered to come. So it's a pretty good reception. We want to make sure the right people go, that do the right thing, and people are ready to act. And so the whole thing is to, over time, sign up and create more collaboration. Now, to do that is a very important, and that is what level of holistic understanding and what level of systemic intervention. I brought 20 books, just in case you're interested. My latest book on impact investing for life flourishing. It's a change theory, a system theory based on Chinese system. Now, Chinese talk about the Tao, which is evolution energy, and Qi, which is energy, and level of consciousness. So in this tradition, you can see how China is doing. We're going in solving the sustainability thing, which no need to me to say more, you can see it. And how China are creating the well-being economy, but they call it the Chinese characteristic socialistic market economy. Not so direct translation, but if you study the details, it's a whole paradigm based on well-being. Otherwise, Chinese call the big wellness movement, 大健康, which is all based on Chinese thing. So it's worth studying the Chinese system. So for us, we do this systemic three collaborative structure. We have Octave Institute about individual and social transformation. We have Restore Nature, as of course climate and nature position. And they were number 17, the coordinating, to dance between our 3 nonprofit and create platform. The Impact Week was designed by 10 partnership in 2 hours. April this year, in Davos, we said, okay, well, that's great, let's have a thing. Then got all the partners, 10 of them in April, and we said we're gonna have this Impact Week in September. And they say it's impossible. But we sit down there and we curate it in 2 hours. The reason why we create 2 hours, because I told them, I already booked the space, everything's committed. Yes. And they said, no way, Jose. Then we say, well, let's design it. After 3 days of understanding more holistic picture and systemic intervention, we sat down for 2 hours and we designed it, and it's happened. We cannot wait a long time. We have to get out of our old paradigm. Everybody say, no, at least 18 months. Well, that's the old paradigm. And then if we say, oh, maybe 5 years. Well, we don't have 5 years, and we have to do things differently. The only way that we can do it instantly is co-creation. Co-creation needs a mindset. It needs a deep understanding of the holistic reality of life, and needs a bigger systemic intervention. Like you're going to throw a celebration for Christmas, You got to have a Christmas tree. You got to have a Christmas table. And you have the Christmas gas and Christmas food and Christmas music. You can't separate and everybody work on a piece. You're going to make the party together. Plan the party, do the party, enjoy the party. That's a celebration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Fred. Seriously, I mean, there is no planet B, so there will be no plan B, and therefore we are in a decade of action. So time is of essence, and with co-creation, just like the Chinese saying, we can move mountains. How about you, Achiro? How have you made change possible with collaboration?
I think collaboration is vital. We always think we have to drive systemic change. It's important to talk about the capital, financial aspect of solving issues. But our approach is always, we find issues in the society and how we can approach to solve those issues. And I want to give you one example. We have an ongoing project in Laos. This is a school for deaf children. In Laos, there is no educational system for deaf children. There is no deaf children who has ever graduated from junior high school. So we decided to implement educational system for deaf children in Laos. But when we started this project, we must have exit plan. So our exit plan is we have to let the government of Laos to adopt this entire system. And we had an MOU with the government. So after 10 years, we actually established a school for deaf people, deaf children. And I think they just graduated from high school. And 4 more years, there will be first university graduate, and who will be the teacher of this deaf school. So it takes about 10 years to implement this system, but that would be our maximum to last our capital. So it's always important to collaborate with someone who will be able to take care of the system that we started.
That's amazing. And kudos to all your work on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and making actually the unheard voices heard. Would love to really learn more about all these best practices and also lessons learned along the way. And over to you, Sin.
Well, with all the daunting challenges that we have, like youth mental well-being and climate change, nobody can do it alone. We have to collaborate. And yesterday, we spent the afternoon at the Hong Kong Jockey Club, at the clubhouse, among a group of co-founders for the very first Founders Collaborative for 0 to 3 early childhood development in China. Why Hong Kong? Why Hong Kong Jockey Club? And I'll tell you other founders in that collab is Gates Foundation and 4 foundations funded by Chinese diasporas. The Ye Family Philanthropy in Hong Kong, Lee Family Foundation in Singapore, Tornado Foundation in Indonesia, and us from the US. Because we saw there's a chance for systemic change. We want to push for the policy change for the 0 to 3 development. And there are a couple critical elements for a collab to work. First of all, you have to have mission-aligned founders that really are gearing towards the same goal and outcome. And we have to engage local partners. We work with 2 national foundations in China, CDRF and CFRD, to develop pilots and push for policy report and policy change. And we have brought experts in, so we expand our expertise domains. And last and not the least, we have a working group that constantly on communication that's clear and transparent to bring the work up to front. So aside from collaborating, and we really see the result because before this point, everybody has worked in the field for some years, and we all each reached our limit. And we saw where we have to stop and start to have to work with others. And now we have seen the policy change already on its way. And yesterday we were just celebrating. We said we each of us and collectively, we can take credit and we should be proud of the work we've done in the past 2 years. And this is another project that's, trust-based, multi-year, and empowering our local partners to reach the impact and outcome that we all drive for system change. Thank you.
Thank you, Sin. I'd just like to conclude this very meaningful session by inviting all of you to really join the movement to drive systemic change in the world, starting from each and every one of ourselves. Fred, my brother Fred, Siddharth, and I, we have actually co-founded a movement called One Earth Alliance to unite the most influential leaders from around the world to kickstart this impact movement, the well-being movement, so that we can actually make impact investing, make purpose-driven business management mainstream in the world. And we want to also be able to foster all the public-private partnerships and collaboration to actually drive systemic change through fostering internal growth for sustainable development in the world. And that can be done in a collective, collaborative manner so that we can actually redesign the world for the collective well-being of all. So together we can co-create a much brighter and greener future for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you to Poman and all our distinguished panelists who provided valuable insights and guidance as we consider new paradigms for responsible capital deployment. So now we will move into our final panel of day one on the main plenary stage before we break for lunch, which will happen at 1:20. This next discussion addresses a vital conversation, a deep exploration of how cross-sector collaboration can amplify impact and drive systems change, specifically for gender equality. Serena Grant, Director of Equal Economic Opportunity, Minderoo Foundation, a seasoned lawyer and human rights advocate, leads Minderoo's Equal Opportunity portfolio, which focuses on financial inclusion, entrepreneurship, and decent work. Veronica Collendam, Chief Executive Officer of YCAB Foundation, a social entrepreneur and pioneer in youth empowerment, education, and financial inclusion in Indonesia. Zahida Fiza Kabir, Chief Executive Officer of Sajida Foundation. Zahida spearheads holistic, community-rooted development in Bangladesh, blending health, housing, and social enterprise initiatives to transform lives. Moderating this essential discussion is Alison Eskesen, Head of Asia for Fondation Chanel, bringing deep expertise in gender-focused philanthropy and inclusive economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here today. We're delighted to have you be part of this conversation with us. One of the things that struck me and was repeated a few times earlier this morning is that Asia is 60% of the world's population. Well, women and girls are 50% of the world's population. So as we think about how to create the positive change in the world that we want to create, and we think about how to accelerate impact creation, I think we need to really center the unique needs of women and girls. Serena from Minderoo Foundation, Veronica from YCAB Foundation, and Zahida from Zarida Foundation are here with me to have this conversation with all of you, to talk about how and why centering women and girls, all women and girls, is important to the idea of impact. My name is Alison Eskesen, and I'm with Fondation Chanel. We are the corporate foundation for the House of Chanel, and we center gender equality. And we do our grant making in 3 strategic areas: safety, economic and social autonomy, and climate resilience. And this is because we believe that if women and girls are free to shape their own destiny, they must have control over their bodies to be safe from gender-based violence. Additionally, they need to have control over their wealth, their assets, their livelihoods, in order to really make the choices that they want. Implicit in this is also looking at the unpaid work and the obligations that often fall to women and girls that do influence whether or not they pursue certain livelihoods and career options. And most importantly is we look at climate resilience, because we know through global research that women and girls are disproportionately affected by climate, and yet they have the solutions and are not at the tables with the decision makers, not when policies are being defined or when solutions are being implemented. And we want to change that. So as we get started today, we'll start off with a question of, Serena, how did Minderoo decide to center gender equality in your fairly recent new strategy?
Thanks, Alison. Yeah, that's right. Gender equality is one of 3 core focus areas at Minderoo. So we have gender equality, natural ecosystems, and communities. And I think in terms of the decision to elevate gender equality to one of those core areas, it partly came from our founders, who are very passionate about it, but also I think recognition of the real need, the gaps in women's social, economic, and political empowerment. I think we also recognise the real upside in investing in women and girls. We know that when we support women and girls, when we empower them, it doesn't just empower them, it also empowers families and communities. And yes, it even benefits men and boys. So for us, that was a really important part of the work that we do. And I think it's also important to flip that question of why focus on gender equality, and to ask, well, what happens when you don't focus on gender equality? And I think we know the answer to that. If we don't intentionally include women and girls, then we're unintentionally excluding them from the systems that currently operate. So that's really critical to all of our work. In addition to having a programmatic focus, we also apply a gender lens throughout all of the work that we do. So this includes our philanthropic partnerships, our impact investments, our commercial investments of our corpus, as well as our own organisation, the human resources practices that we have. For us, our priority areas, I think, are very aligned to some of the ones that you mentioned. So the area that I lead is called Equal Economic Opportunity, and it's really focused on economic empowerment of women and girls, financial inclusion, entrepreneurship, and decent work. We also have an area focused on social norms. We know that all of the programs and capital and policies and laws in the world won't make a difference if you don't shift attitudes and shift harmful gender norms. We also know that those rigid gender norms harm everyone, including men and boys. Another area is focusing on freedom from violence, and this is very Australia-focused. There's huge need in Australia. A lot of the funding is understandably focused on crisis and response, and so in our area, we really wanted to focus on prevention. And then the final area that sits in gender equality is probably one of the oldest initiatives of Minderoo Foundation. It's called Walk Free, and it focuses on ending all forms of modern slavery. And throughout the years, we've recognised the disproportionate impact that modern slavery has on women and girls, both forced labour and forced marriage, so that's become a real priority for us.
Thank you so much. It's interesting. At this conference this morning, as well as the other ones that I've been to recently in the region, there's been a real talk about the Asian approach to philanthropy and really forging a pathway that's unique and that takes the best of other approaches but really makes it our own. Veronica, when we talk about YCAB and the work that you're doing around women and girls, it strikes me that you also look at the importance of family and the role of women and girls in family. Can you share a little bit about how you think about it?
Right, thank you, Alison. Well, this year is our 26 years of existence. We came a long way. So the first 10 years, actually, we focus on youth empowerment. If you remember the work that we do with your old role back then, was more into technology and children, the empowerment of youth, because we believe in the power of education, but we also believe that education is great, but what comes next is more important. They need to secure jobs, they need to create welfare for themselves. But that's the first 10 years of our existence, only to learn that we cannot do this, especially when we target those at the bottom of the pyramid. We cannot just make them or give access to school. Giving access is great, but we need to empower the family. This is where the mothers, the women actually came into our program after our existence. This is maybe year 10, 11 onwards until now, how we actually integrate that family intervention approach into what we do. We want to empower youth, yes, through education, but apparently because they're so poor, even though the schools that we used to have, community schools that we set up all over Indonesia, was free, but going to school is never free. So that's why then we realize why they drop out from mainstream, then drop out again here. Why? It's because they just can't afford going to school. So that's why we started to work with women, the mothers of our students, by giving them small loans. Yes, this is the normal microfinance type of Muhammad Yunus way, but we integrated with the access to education for their children. And now we are working both in the arms of empowering women, financial inclusion, through financing, through capital for them to actually grow economically so that they can make sure their kids can go to school, stay in school, and go to higher education. So this is the family intervention that I think comes beautifully. For us, it works well when it's integrated. So I guess this is where we learn we cannot just focus on one thing in development areas, but we need to work in the family unit type of approach, especially when we are, our aim is to actually break that poverty, generational poverty, and create welfare. What's interesting though, when we work with women, it's powerful things happen. There's a multiplier effect that comes with it. Of course, everybody knows when mothers are empowered, there will be better food, nutritious food, school, education is sort of like, in a way, guaranteed. So we see the more confidence in our mothers in terms of supporting education, more confidence is making family decisions because now they have the power, because they make money. And what is the better outcomes is when we empower mothers in the micro or ultra micro economy, is that they create more jobs. And this is what we saw from 2018. We have maybe every other year kind of survey that we want to see in our, and we saw the pre-COVID and post-COVID data, which we saw a difference for those who actually stay longer with us in terms under our, what is this, our program, or being intervened, the intervention longer, they are more safe in a way, more resilient, because they have also not only create jobs, but they have more savings. And that's very important things. Allison, we went through pandemic. Those who actually, can survive pandemic is those with savings.
Absolutely, Veronica. And it's interesting. So what I hear is, one, women are not single issue, right? That they are holistic. And so as you think about how to address women and girls' needs, their unique needs, gender equality, it is thinking about it in an intersectional way. And then the other key part that I think is just so important to remember is that women and girls are multipliers. As Serena also said, if you don't focus on women and girls, the expectation that their needs are naturally taken care of has proven time and time again that's simply not true. Sahida, would you like to share with us about what you do in the space of gender equality?
Thank you. So I'll repeat most of the things that has been said, but in Bangladesh context. So Sajida Foundation is a national NGO in Bangladesh, which is an offshoot of a corporate philanthropy. So it's a bit different than traditional NGOs. So we have a corporate arm, and then we have, under the non-profit umbrella, we have our microfinance initiative, we have our development work concentrating on extreme poverty, then health, including mental health, climate, and WASH. Under all of this, gender is a cross-cutting issue that we try to address. Then we have social enterprises, essentially concentrating on health, especially mental health. So why I say this? That Sajida Foundation's main ethos was women and girls. That is why we were created. So our guiding principles stays that we believe in mother empowerment. So the word mother emphasizes the centrality of women and girls at a family level, at a community level, at a societal level. So we believe that investment and the research have shown that the investments done on women and girls brings in much better returns than when you only invest in men. So that's something that when we talk about whatever initiative, whether it's our philanthropic arm, whether it's our impact investment arm, whether our work at the grassroots level, whether what we do with microfinance, it's all, we have to have a gender lens. We ask ourselves, is it addressing a pressing issue affecting women and girls? Is it creating a shift in the gender norms? Or would it deepen our understanding in the issues women and girls' health, economic empowerment, access to justice? So that is something that we have been doing for the last 32 years. So, and another issue that I want to bring in, that we emphasize evidence-based designing. So whatever we do, research is key to whatever initiatives we undertake. So every few years, we want to see that whatever we have designed or implemented, is it working or not? And do we need to tweak it, or we are at a position that can be scaled? So that's something that Sajida Foundation is trying to do. So giving certain examples, for example, an enterprise which caters to elderly population in the country. So Bangladesh's life expectancy from our liberation, 54 years, so has come to from 45 to 72. And we are ill prepared how to manage this. So we thought of investing on caregiving. So what the idea was that we know that women invest 6 times more in unpaid work than men. So we wanted to kind of formalize, the caregiving work. Through that, the women, their work is recognized. It's not unpaid, to give it a kind of a professional platform. So another example from our grassroots would be when we design programs at the mangrove forest, Sundarbans that we have. We co-design with the community people, the women of that community. So when we withdraw, the community owns the initiative. They have the ownership of the initiative. So another example from our private sector engagement would be launching of the Gender Champions Network. So what we realized that, we cannot work in isolation. We cannot work parallelly. So we launched Gender Champions Network, where we work with big corporations and industries so that they take this agenda on, so that it's sustainable and it's mainstreamed.
Sahita, thank you so much. It's interesting because you give different examples that touch at different levels of impact. So at the family, at the community, as well as at corporate. I think one of the things that comes up a lot when we talk about gender equality is scale and the importance of scale. Because at the end of the day, we want to see gender equality not just in a particular household or a particular community, but across society. It's the world that we'd like to see that's inclusive, that's equitable. And yet, for us, I think we need to unpack it a little, because one of the concerns we have is, how do you hold both goals equally, in equal measure? That you want to create localized solutions that make sense and are driven from the grassroots, like the work around the care economy, while also trying to change the systems that hold gender inequality in place, right? Because you want that to be changed for the future. And so we try to balance that. But for each of you, can you talk a little bit about, do you lean one direction or the other with your organization? Do you try to balance both? How do you grapple with the idea of scale with also localized solutions? Veronica, why don't you start?
Okay. Yeah, since we integrated the family intervention, we were clear in our goals is to bring them from the $2 poverty to $8. Why 8? Because it's aspiring middle class entry point. So we want to take them in the journey. They can't do that together, not just educating, but also the mothers. So we started to work with the mothers to empower their kids to go to school. So with that, we've worked with 200,000 families then, that usually one mother, two children kind of thing. So it's about 600,000 to 700,000 family that we work with. And that's something that we track as a couple, how you talk about the point of research, which is important to measure the impact. So for us, we won't grow as a microfinance will actually, have the ambition to grow, because the point of what we invested there, we need to be able to have spare of money to send their kids to school. Because it's a microfinance plus, right? It's a community, it's a family, but it's also individually, we measure how the mothers actually become better in terms of how much money they make. And we measure it either double or triple as soon as the intervention comes. This is real. And so the real money that they make turns towards support for their kids to school. So we work with thousands of families, and we want to keep them there. We have no ambition to go to 1 million. Maybe over time we will, but we want to see both impact, the moms with the business and the kids with their education and jobs, so that together they work together as a family and bring them, towards that $8 and beyond. Yeah.
That's fascinating. So it's really this idea that you focus at a family level, and the scale comes from the ripple effect that continues to be invested.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. Zahida, do you want to share another example of how you think about balancing the idea of localized impact solutions that are driven by the grassroots and also thinking about systems?
First of all, I like to kind of, we are a learning organization, and we always like to reflect that what we have done so far. So few key learnings. So in terms of kind of investing on governance of your own organization, investing on transparency and accountability. So those are kind of the key things that we want to reflect upon, and which has direct effect on the outcomes that you want to create. So that's one thing. Then, we believe in walking the talk, but are we doing it? For example, one example, I'll be very critical about microfinance. We are one of the largest in Bangladesh, but still, we have done an awful job employing women in microfinance. So we cater to, 90% or more women through microfinance, but in terms of the workforce, we have about 6,000 staff, 5,000 of them are male. So those are the critical issues. The NGO sector, the not-for-profit sector, across the globe, in Bangladesh, we have done wonders. But these are kind of the issues. It's time to ask ourselves, are we walking the talk? If we are not, then these are not sustainable. So, another reflection I would say that we cannot work in isolation. So we have very large, when you talk about scale, very large, excellent, NGOs, working around the globe, especially in Bangladesh. But are they sustainable? When the donor funding, fades away, and the global scenario that we see. So we have to work with the private sector, the public sector, and throughout the entire ecosystem, whether it's community, localization, it has to kind of, we have to connect the dots. And that's the new kind of the era that we are in. But as a member of a not-for-profit, it is not an easy journey for us. These words, blended finance, impact investment, bonds, and other, fancy terms. We are not used to these, but these are the way forward, and working, collaboratively and collectively finding sustainable solution. So,
thank you. I love the, are we walking the talk, and the introspection as we think about how we
Alison,
do
can I
our
make
own work.
comment on that?
Of course.
It's funny that you mentioned 6,000 of the workers are all men. The other hat that I'm wearing, actually, in the board of largest microfinance of Indonesia, and we have 15 million customers, 100% women, and we have 60,000 account officers that works with the women, who's actually 95% women. So that's interesting. The Bangladesh story and the Indonesian story, 15 million backed up by 60,000, 95% actually women. That's actually woman for woman. I never realized that until you mentioned it, so thank you.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Serena, do you want to share?
Yeah, sure. I think for us, first of all, you absolutely need both. I think, as you alluded to, you need that community level change and empowerment. Otherwise, systems don't change, and that's the approach that we really have at Minderoo. I think we're quite deliberate about when we're seeking to really work hands-on with partners, and we're looking for that community level change versus when we're looking to create scale and impact. And sometimes that's really at the beginning of the partnership. I think having that discussion with partners, often, taking the approach of trust-based philanthropy and saying, well, a lot of this funding will just be business as usual for you, but what bet would you make if you could? What's the risk you would take? And I think starting to encourage those conversations around failure, because the problems we're trying to solve are so complex, and if we don't take risks and try new things, we're not going to innovate and we're not going to succeed. So I think that balance is really important. We're also, and this is quite a recent development for us, we're quite proud of the spectrum of capital that we're able to deploy, from grant making at one end through to sort of sub-commercial investments or impact investments, through to very commercial investments that are also having impact. And maybe these are some of the fancy bonds that you were talking about, Zahida. But to give a few examples, through our grant making, we'll invest both directly to give grants to local organisations at the grassroots level. We've also contributed to several philanthropic pooled funds focused on gender equality, so the Co-Impact Fund. Shout out to AVPN's Gender Equality Fund. Everyone take a look at that, please, if you haven't seen it. As well as the Girls First Fund. And, you know, these are really efficient ways to get large amounts of capital out the door to really brilliant organisations and to have experts in the teams that can really do the due diligence on those organisations and also take away some of the headache for the organisations that need to report to 10 million donors. So I think that's a really good way to balance those two things. Moving up the spectrum of capital, a recent example is an investment we made in a women's livelihood bond, which is listed on the Singapore Stock Exchange. This is an orange bond, and so it's really providing capital to microfinance institutes and other impact-focused organisations to really promote financial inclusion for women and girls in underserved communities in Asia Pacific. So through that, we actually provided the first loss capital. So they have a fancy capital stack. We provided the first loss. And we were really proud of that because that will unlock close to 130 million in other capital, both private sector investors as well as development finance institutes. And I think that's so crucial for us right now. You know, we're gender equality, we're in an environment where USAID funding cuts have hit pretty hard for a lot of organisations. There's the double whammy of that plus sort of a pushback on diversity, equity and inclusion. And so I think, you know, being creative about how we crowd in other forms of capital is so crucial right now. And then I'll give a final example at the more commercial end of the spectrum. So we've made several venture capital investments, some in women-led funds, investing in women-led businesses, and some in funds that are just mainstream funds, but we made it a condition of our investment that they embed a gender strategy throughout their whole organisation and investment strategy to really start to look at, is there unconscious bias happening in your investment decisions? So that's another way that we've thought it's been really important to not just focus on gender-specific funds, but also work with mainstream players. And I'll give a final shout out. Working Capital Fund is another venture capital fund we've invested in, and they focus on ethical supply chains. So I think those are just a few examples of how you can be quite creative in deploying across that spectrum of capital, to really get the impact that you're seeking.
That's wonderful. I think the continuum of capital and really deploying all tools available are vital. And I also love the point that you made around being able to be risk-taking and looking around innovation. Because I think the reality is if we knew the answer, we wouldn't withhold it, right? The reality is we're all trying to work toward a goal, and we need as many different approaches and perspectives to understand what works at a community level, what can work, what can scale. How do you start to tackle some of the social attitudes and norms that can sometimes hold a challenge in place? And that it's all of these things together is where we'll see progress. We are short on time, and we stand between you and lunch. So perhaps we'll end with one actionable takeaway or learning that you think the audience should know based on your journey. Zahida, would you like to start?
So one quick one. So I agree with what you've been saying, that we definitely need a different way of thinking, different way of financing in making a difference in the world. You know, addressing the gender issue, the climate issue, very true. You know, we need to take risk and we need to be innovative. So one thing that I feel that we should not forget, that leaving out the extreme poors, you know, ultra poors. So the ultra poor, you know, they require some endowment funding. You know, they require some sort of grant funding until, you know, you make it a government initiative. So the government adopts, you know, your initiative. So until that happens, you know, this blending of, you know, grants and coupled with, you know, other forms of impact investment, working capital, and so on. So that, I think, portion, that being wearing an implementation hat for the last 32 years, that is what we have learned. That, that some sectors, not most of the sectors, probably these initiatives are working and showing results. But when you look at the bottom of the pyramid, it still requires some traditional form of funding.
Thank you.
Yes, I think one thing that we learned that really works is when philanthropy is or can be regenerative in what we do, meaning that it's creating that revolving kind of capital, because that works. I mean, we worked with it, toyed with it from like 2011, how we combine the intervention for women, the empowerment and education in one, what we call at that point of time, social investment. And it was actually philanthropic money, but then we reinvest in the microfinance, and then money makes money. It gives birth to new program from the profit. I mean, people from the nonprofit do not like to use the word profit, but it is surplus profit, whatever you call it. But what you do with the profit matters. When you're reinvesting it for the education of the next generation, of the people that we intervene, that makes wonderful. So philanthropy has to be revolving. So it has that kind of regenerative kind of effect. And I think the learning is just, we don't just give. We use all kinds of instruments in the mainstream market, capital market products, with what you call orange bonds. I'm hopeful. In just last month, the PNM, the company that I'm in a board with, we launched the biggest orange bond in the world, I guess. It's $1 billion in one shot, and it was oversubscribed. It gives us hope that, that the market is responding well to gender or empowerment of gender. So that's great. So I guess we don't just give but invest. We don't just partner but collaborate. I think deeply and with wholeheartedly, because when you actually love what you do, you actually mean it. You want to do this for the long run. And the importance of research, don't just act, but we need to measure, and measure over a long period of time so you know the dynamic of the impact that you create over time. So that's for me.
Thank you. Serena, last word.
Yes, thank you. And I think that was really well said, Veronica. I think there's, so much to be said for bringing in private sector investment and other investors. We simply, as philanthropists, can't do it on our own. So we really need to shift markets to make a dent in these problems. I think I'd add to that for us, trust-based philanthropy is probably one of the biggest focuses for our organisation. I know it is for Fondation Chanel as well. And, I think it's really about giving partners the space to innovate. And when I say space, I mean long-term flexible funding and having real conversations about what that means, what they're trying to achieve, co-creating partnerships with them that are led by your partners. All of that is so important to solve problems, because otherwise we're just not going to get there. So I think fostering that relationship with partners, but also making sure your funding follows what you're saying is really critical.
Absolutely. So we'll end with this idea that introspection, as we think about how we fund, how we think about risk, how we select partners, how we empower partners, to really center the unique needs of all women and girls in order to unlock and accelerate incredible impact, which is a world that we're all hoping to foster. Thank you so much for joining us, and enjoy your lunch.
Thank you to Alison and to our distinguished panelists for that illuminating discussion on scaling gender equality. So I really am the last thing between you and lunch, so I'll make it very quick. We will have lunch and reconvene at 2:30 with intimate discussions on the One Asia stage and a diverse array of interactive breakout sessions. Over the lunch period, if you are still thirsty to learn, there are more lunch and learn sessions. Please find them on your AVPN conference app.
You've been a wonderful audience. Thank you for being so patient and engaged. We look forward to continuing these vital conversations this afternoon. Thank you.